Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the arrival of the Governor of St. Martin, His Excellency Governor Holliday, and Mrs. Mary Louise Holliday. And I'll ask everyone to please remain standing for the rendition of the Wilhelmus and the St. Martin song.
Fairly nice. Oh, I love thy paradise. Nature's beauty, fairly nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Your Excellency, Governor Holliday and Mrs. Holliday, honorable members of the Parliament of St. Martin, Minister of Public Housing, Spatial Planning, Environment and Infrastructure, and Speaker, the Honorable Egbert Duran, honorable members of the Council, President of the Caribbean Development Bank and keynote speaker, Mr. Hyginus Leon, Head of Transmission and Distribution, Sabre Electric, and featured speaker, Mr. David Leonce, Acting Temporary Manager of NVGEBE and panelists, Dr. Shireen Daniel, General Manager of Seoul, Robert Jan James, General Manager of DINAF St. Martin and panelists, Mr. Warner van der Zilver, members of the High Councils of State, other distinguished guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Before we begin, I just want to indicate that the Prime Minister of St. Martin, the Honorable Severia Jacobs, due to a previously scheduled event, will be joining us later in the symposium. I'm Cedric Peterson on behalf of the organizing committee and of course His Excellency. I want to welcome you to today's symposium. I'll be your master of ceremonies. And it's a warm welcome I'd like to bid to each and every one of you, especially after 2 years of a disturbance worldwide, and of course here at home is no exception. So it is this venue that I think is a perfect setting to allow us to engage in face-to-face dialogue and of course introduce this very important topic for conversation. To open up the symposium, of course, set a great tone for today's discussion, it is my honor to invite His Excellency Governor Holliday to deliver the opening address and officially open this symposium.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I bid you also on behalf of my wife, Marie-Louise, a warm welcome to the 9th Annual Governors Symposium. This after a 2-year interruption due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It gives me great pleasure to see each of you in the audience and to greet our online participants. In particular, I acknowledge the presence of the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Romi, Mr. Egbert Duran, who will be addressing you today, and the Dean of AUC, Dr. Delgado, for hosting us here in this wonderful venue. I am particularly pleased to recognize and extend a special welcome to my honored guests and Caribbean brothers, our keynote speaker, Dr. Hyginus Leon, President of the Caribbean Development Bank headquartered in Barbados, and our featured speaker, Mr. David Leonce from Sabre Electric Company in Sabre next door. Your presence at this Governor's Symposium is highly valued. And I also acknowledge our local energy sector operators and panelists for today, Dr. Shireen Daniel from utility company GEBE, Mr. Robert John James from petroleum company Sol, and Mr. Werner van de Zilver from energy solutions company DINAF. Ladies and gentlemen, since this symposium's inception, we have discussed a variety of strategic policy issues ranging from national heritage to education, from good governance to sustainable development and recovery, and from digital transformation to climate change. The subject of this year's symposium is energy, with a focus on energy transition in the Caribbean, challenges and opportunities. Last week, someone asked me, why energy transition? Ladies and gentlemen, the Caribbean in general, and St. Martin is no exception, continue to face the challenges of a recurring need to recover from macroeconomic imbalances caused by repeated external shocks. As a people, we must therefore pursue policy strategies that reduce our vulnerability to external shocks, increase our resiliency, and secure our future. It is particularly important that we pursue such policies in areas which constitute essential necessities for our daily lives. One of those essential necessities is energy. It is evident that electricity plays a vital role in our daily lives. It is an essential input in our food, our water production, our healthcare system, and our internet systems, to name a few. In 2021, we consumed over 310 million kilowatt hours of electricity, or over 6,250 kilowatt hours per capita. Our utility company depends entirely on the importation of oil for the generation of the electricity we consume. And that does not include the importation of oil to meet our transportation needs. We are, as a result, heavily dependent on oil imports and the need to generate foreign exchange to pay for our essential necessities. Energy transition offers a strategic opportunity to reduce our dependency on oil imports, improve our energy security, and strengthen the sustainability of our economy. At its core, energy transition is the transformation of the fossil fuel dependent global energy sector towards renewable energy sources such as wind, the sea, and the sun. The current fossil fuel-based energy sector is the largest contributor to human-based greenhouse gas emissions. It is thus a major contributor to the ongoing climate change crisis. Climate change, through sea level rise and more severe hurricanes, poses an existential threat to our region. Sea level rise, for example, places low-lying areas such as Phillipsburg, Simpson Bay, and others at risk of being submerged by the sea. And increasingly stronger hurricanes such as Irma and Maria in 2017 causes the devastation of infrastructure and production capacity. The loss of production capacity and thus of foreign exchange generating capacity has been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition, we also see the purchasing power of our reduced foreign exchange revenues eroded by high inflation. High inflation caused by COVID-19 supply chain disturbances and in large part by the recent geopolitical-induced increase in oil prices. Considering these impacts, ladies and gentlemen, the key questions at this symposium are: first, will the implementation of an energy transition policy help to address these issues? Second, what are the implementation challenges as well as the technological expertise or financial constraints of energy transition? And third, what are the real opportunities in terms of benefits for our people? A global energy shift to renewables offers the opportunity to limit climate change and its impacts. It is therefore in our interest to do our part, as minuscule as its global greenhouse gas emission effect may be, to help and encourage energy transition. Realization of energy transition in St. Martin offers the opportunity for us to reduce our dependency on oil imports, to lessen the impact of the fuel clause in our electricity bill, and to improve the sustainability of our economy. And I am convinced that we have the creativity to bring about the changes necessary to achieve this. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, in 1995, Hurricane Lewis devastated our island and our utilities infrastructure. In response, NVGEBE worked with government on the strategic decision to place the distribution grid on the ground to provide a more robust network and reliable power supply. That strategic decision and investment paid significant dividends in the aftermath of Hurricane Irma. I am pleased to have been part of that process. Today, we are at another critical crossroad, one where we must decide on re-engineering and transforming our energy production and distribution network to cushion us against oil market shocks. Looking ahead, I believe that it is imperative that households, businesses, GB, and government work together with the region to refine and execute existing or new energy transition plans. Based on a regulated, phased transition from oil to renewables such as wind, water, or solar. Considering the abundance of solar energy in our region, and given the technological advances, I wish to leave you with the following thought. We live in the solar system, surrounded by solar energy, waiting for us to harness it. What are we waiting for? We live in the solar system, surrounded by solar energy, waiting for us to harness it. What are we waiting for? Ladies and gentlemen, I therefore look forward to hearing the views of the minister, of our keynote speaker, of our featured speaker, and of our panelists, as well as your questions on this relevant topic for St. Martin and the region. With that, I hereby declare this symposium open and wish you an enjoyable and fruitful symposium. Thank you, God bless you, and may God bless St. Martin and protect its coast.
Implementation challenges or technological expertise and financial constraints of energy transition? And what are the real opportunities in terms of benefits for our people? So those are the questions that we want to address in today's discussion. And to set the tone for our first session, how do we transition? During this part of the symposium entitled How We Transition, we will hear from two speakers. We will receive some operational insights, including information about operational practices, experiences, and lessons learned regarding energy transition from our first speaker. That will be followed by the government's perspective on the question of how we transition. Now, you will have an opportunity to engage in today's discussion. Q&A will be done during the interactive panel discussion, where the audience will have the opportunity to pose questions to the speakers and the panelists. First, I'd like to introduce our first speaker for this session. He is a senior executive in the electric utility sector, born and raised on the island of St. Lucia. He moved to Canada to pursue higher education in electrical engineering technology. He's a graduate of McMaster University out of Canada with a bachelor's degree in energy engineering technologies and master's of the engineering and public policy. He's an MBA in leadership and innovation from Edinburgh Napier University out of Scotland, and a Master of Law in Energy and Infrastructure Law from York University Osgoode Hall Law School out of Canada. He currently works with the Sabre Electric Company as head of transmission and distribution. He's responsible for distribution, grid modernization, and renewable energy transition planning. He has demonstrated strong leadership in the energy sector with 30 years of service and has a very strong background in energy innovation strategies, grid modernization planning, energy policy development, and renewable energy transition planning. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to our first speaker in this first session, Mr. David Lyons. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Cedric, for this introduction. I'd like to thank His Excellency Governor Eugene Holliday and the organizing committee for inviting me to this 9th Government Symposium on the theme Energy Transition in the Caribbean, Challenges and Opportunities. I am extremely grateful to be here today. I'd also like to acknowledge the Deputy Prime Minister, Agnes Duran, parliamentarians, ministers of governments, other stakeholders, and invited guests. I'd like to start my presentation today by sharing an anecdotal story about myself growing up on the island of St. Lucia. My eidetic memory of electricity on the island was very disappointing sometimes. As a young boy, we experienced many power outages, especially during hurricane season and as well as off hurricane season. The supply of electricity was inadequate to match the demand load, especially at night. Load shedding was the utility's standard practice to address supply and demand imbalances. I'm sure some of you are nodding your heads in concurrence. When the power was out, I felt like something important was taken away from me. Something useful was taken away from me. Sometimes, or something as essential as light. Something I really needed for my enjoyment. I soon discovered that I could create my own makeshift power supply using a couple of batteries, 2 strands of copper telephone wires attached to a small light bulb, which helped me sustain my energy needs, at least for a few minutes of the outage. Amazingly, these experiences jump-started my career in the energy sector. Fast forward many years later, I would never have imagined the evolution of energy technologies inventions today that would provide sustainable energy solutions to me and other consumers. Additionally, these new inventions can now address the inconveniences caused by the loss of power and provide the benefits of reliable, sustainable, and resilient supply of electricity by simply harnessing the energy from the natural resources which are of great abundance in the Caribbean. I have worked in the energy sector both in North America and the Caribbean. My diverse background in the energy and utility sector, with a deep interest in the areas of renewable energy technologies, energy policy implementation, operationalizing energy strategies for utilities, positions me to provide an island perspective on the topic of energy transition in the Caribbean for small developing island states. The focus of today's presentation will be to answer the question, how does St. Martin transition to operationalize its renewable and sustainable energy strategies? I'm hoping by the end of this presentation, I will provide you some insights to answer this question as I ask for your patience. The value we put on our ability to act today, harnessing the renewable energy of our natural resources in the Caribbean, can only brighten our economic future to benefit our children tomorrow. Climate change, as we all know, is real. And we are all seeing the impacts of this phenomena on the small islands like St. Martin and other islands in the Caribbean. St. Martin is still recovering from the devastation caused by Hurricanes Irma and Maria after almost 5 years. As I drive around, there are still visible signs of stagnated recovery. And these climate change threats are not able to be mitigated by one island alone, but the collective populations of the world and the willingness for governments to respond to this existential threat. However, what is in each island's control is how well you can reduce your dependence on fossil fuel importation and exploit the abundance of natural resources for your island's energy needs, and empower the collective participation of citizens, businesses, and other stakeholders to not only become part of the solution of energy issues, but also to become more innovative in the use of energy. The cost of fuel, namely diesel, has increased significantly over the past 5 years and continues to show no signs of lowering, especially with the recent price hikes around the globe. The Caribbean islands are not immune to these external shocks and have seen the price of fuel for electricity generation increase by 140% to 200% in some instances this past month. These increases affect not only the cost of what consumers pay at the pump for their cars, but also the cost of electricity generation is significantly impacted by these high fuel prices. Government national policy that should address the social and economic challenges the people of St. Martin face or encounter, and is equally important in achieving sustainable, affordable, and renewable energy objectives. These challenges can be overcome by transitioning from energy policy initiatives into energy action plans and consequently implementation. Lawmakers must ensure that these energy policies overcome threats of gridlock, differences of partisan politics, or inaction due to global threats beyond the island shores, but have the willingness to put policies into tangible action. The energy providers must enact energy policies that will provide value to their customers and consequently provide greater operational excellence through practical, innovative, and transformational changes within the energy sector. Energy policies sometimes require a watchdog, an energy regulator that will protect the consumer's interests against unfair pricing of energy technologies and ensure a fair, competitive energy market in a growing, emerging energy sector. A regulatory regime must be able to establish and implement rules and regulation for regulatory frameworks that will oversee the grid integration process and protect the consumer from unfair competition and pricing of products and services. Monopoly utilities sometimes find it difficult to change. Utilities continue to be comfortable with the conventional business model and maintaining the status quo of delivering services through poles and wires. The utility of the future must embrace the emerging changes in the energy sector and recognize a new paradigm shift is needed if utilities are to be financially viable and sustainable in the future. Collaboration and partnerships should be the new normal for some utilities. In fact, they have the advantage to transform this industry and create a new business model for long-term success. Utilities should provide new energy products and services, conservation education, give customers a new experience, and provide or become more customer-centric through digital technologies. Island governments must empower their own utilities to take bold steps in implementing energy transition strategies by making investments in technological transformation, vocational training, pilot studies, consumer education, and modernizing the infrastructure. They must support the labor force to successfully deliver on the key pillars of the energy sector, which are reliable electricity, sustainable energy, affordable electricity rates, and exceptional customer experience, environmental protection, and safety. There will always be financial challenges faced by governments of small developing island states. The dilemma of how governments finance these energy projects and the inevitable impact on the taxpayers continue to impede progress with energy transition. On the other hand, utilities are reluctant to make investments in distributed energy resources with the fear of impact to the ratepayers. These challenges are real. Even so, there are many funding opportunities available through grants, subsidies, loans, partnership, power purchase agreements, and other financing options. There is also the willingness on the part of the business community and the private sector to provide capital through venture capital firms for a reasonable return on investment. The challenge of finding capital for energy transition projects are becoming less of an issue today than it was in the past. Rapid technological advancements in solar photovoltaic and wind technologies have improved to the point where renewable energy generation costs less than fossil fuel costs of conventional generation in the Caribbean. Over the past 10 years, many islands have taken bold steps investing in solar PV energy at the utility scale and small rooftop solar systems. Wind energy is also deployed in many islands today to complement solar power during periods of no solar energy. Geothermal energy has become or has been discussed on many islands, but today has still not yet become a feasible and cost-effective energy resource for some islands. Newly developing is the emergence of ocean energy, using our oceans to provide power all day, all year round, and preserving land mass for agriculture and other uses. Many islands have similar challenges as St. Martin, but have successfully transitioned their energy policies into actionable strategies and continues to expand renewable energy strategic plans in the coming years up to 2030 in some cases, as you could see in the slide. For example, Sabre has successfully transitioned its energy strategy to build a hybrid power system which includes a 2.1 megawatt solar park and 2.3 megawatt battery storage system to reach 40% of its renewable target, and is now planning to expand to 100% renewable energy by 2025 with a proposed 3 to 4 megawatt peak solar and wind power plant. Statia has also implemented its energy transition strategy by building a hybrid power system, which includes a 4.15 megawatt peak solar park and 5.9 megawatt hour battery storage system to reach 46% of its renewable target, and is now planning to expand to 60% renewable target by 2025. St. Kitts and Nevis has recently started construction on its solar PV park plus battery storage microgrid system, which consists of a 37.5 megawatt peak solar park and a 45.7 megawatt hour lithium battery energy storage system. And this system will replace around 1/3 of its current diesel generation base power load in St. Kitts. Despite St. Martin's geographical size and population, as compared to the islands of Sabre, Statia, and St. Kitts and Nevis, St. Martin's challenges are not that different to these islands, if not very similar, from a social, economic, energy, environmental perspective. And to borrow Obama's mantra, yes, St. Martin can achieve energy independence. Consumer input is paramount in achieving a successful energy transition. Ratepayers are concerned about high price or high costs associated with their electricity bills and the quality of customer service, reliability, and the power quality of their electricity supply. Cost of living has increased exponentially for some people, especially low-income earners. Providing an environment where individuals can have choices on how they can reduce their electricity bills can only benefit the average customer. Providing customers with ways they can monitor their energy usage can only benefit them. In the long run, the socioeconomic challenges faced by most customers can at least be alleviated if energy technology options are available from their utility providers. Grid modernization is a critical component of energy transition implementation. Utilities must take the lead in preparing for integration and connectivity, but also monitoring, controlling, and forecasting load growth required for effective distribution grid management. The distribution infrastructure must be robust, resilient, and reliable to facilitate the implementation of emerging energy technologies. And these must include well-built overhead or underground infrastructure, grid automation, load monitoring systems, load forecasting application in response to the continuous changes in the distribution system. The energy policy must also address the issue of cybersecurity coming from the inputs of operational technology and information technology environments associated with emerging energy technologies. St. Martin has developed a transformational national energy policy that can be implemented in collaboration with the private sector, experts in the energy sector, government, the consumer, and other neighboring island partners who have lesson learned experiences. There are a number of policy initiatives that have already been considered in St. Martin and can be successfully implemented today. For example, ensuring 20% of electricity demand is supplied by utility-scale power, solar PV, and battery system, including distribution grid upgrades by 2025. I believe that is achievable. Development of a green energy plan that will allow households and commercial enterprises to produce electric energy from renewable energy sources like solar power and wind for their own consumption and deliver the surplus of the electric energy into the grid using net metering system. This is also achievable. Adopting a public and a consumer-based electric vehicle charging infrastructure program to transition from fossil fuel vehicles to electric vehicles on the island in partnership with the electric utility. These policy initiatives have been tested and proven to work successfully in other jurisdictions. And the technologies that will enable implementation have reduced significantly in price, and there are many business opportunities for new startups and entrepreneurship for young people. A bold step requires taking action today. So the question for us today is, how does St. Martin transition to operationalize its renewable and sustainable energy strategy? There are 4 keys to operationalizing the energy policies and also the energy strategic plans. First, the first key to operationalize your energy strategic plan is to take ownership of the energy policies that will drive energy strategies forward. Leaders must stay on top of the policy objectives and ensure these policies are realized on a scheduled time, but actively tracking the success metrics of your strategic plan. Governments must own the success and the failures equally and keep moving forward. Second, an operationalized energy plan cannot just sit stagnant, but needs to be rolled out to the people, stakeholders, and others who are on the front line to support, implement, and execute the plan. For an energy plan to be operationalized, the plan should engage the whole country, from the low-income individual to the most influential business partner, academia, to name a few, not just the special interest groups. Third, the operationalized energy plan should become the lens through which they can be viewed, or opportunities can be reviewed. Threats, risk, decisions. Determine what ought to be done to address any threat and exploit opportunities aligned to the national energy policies of the country and its energy vision. An operationalized plan can help the leader make intelligent decisions about the investments needed to achieve sustainable, reliable, and affordable energy solutions. And finally, to fully operationalize a strategic energy plan, governments must be flexible. Why? Advances in renewable energy technologies are continuously improving and changing constantly. Prices are dropping as technologies become readily available with greater demand. As economies adjust during crisis, government must also revise, update, adjust their energy plans, which may require, for example, adjusting timelines, updates, budgets, expected inputs, deliverable outputs in response to the socioeconomic and operating market conditions at the time. So as I close, I'd like to close with a quote from Abraham Lincoln, and that was a quote taken many, many years ago. I don't even think most of you were ever born. And he says that as yet the wind and the sun is an untamed and unharnessed force. And quite possibly one of the greatest discoveries hereafter is to be made will be the taming and harnessing of it. I want to repeat that. As yet the wind and the sun is an untamed and unharnessed force. And quite possibly one of the greatest discoveries hereafter to be made will be the taming and harnessing of it. St. Martin has an opportunity today to tame and harness the natural renewable energy resources it has as a small island state through energy transition today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please extend another warm and round of applause for our first presenter, Mr. Leonce. One of the key takeaways that we got from that first presentation that really stood out was the importance policy plays, and of course establishing it, but essential is acting, coming up with strategic actions once your policy has been created. And of course, there's the 4 key points to help us in this transition that he mentioned. The government must take ownership of the energy policies. The plan should engage the whole country and not just a specific few or a special interest group. The plan should become the lens through which they can view new opportunities, risks, threats, and decisions. And the plan must be flexible. As economies adjust during crisis, governments must also revise, update, and adjust their energy plans. So thank you once again, Mr. Leonce, for sharing these opening points for us to take into consideration. Our next speaker establishes the government's perspective as it relates to energy, the transition in the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to our minister responsible for housing, spatial planning, environment, and infrastructure, the Honorable Egbert Durant.
Good morning, Excellency Dr. Anders Eugene Holliday, Governor of St. Martin, Minister of Finance, members of Parliament, the Honorable President of the Caribbean Development Bank, Mr. Hygenius Lilon, distinguished panelists, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you, His Excellency, Dr. Eugene Holliday, for inviting me to be part of this symposium for 2022, to share some thoughts about the topic that is not just of global importance, but which is also very important to the survival of our human species. However, before I do so, I want to congratulate His Excellency for this initiative, now the 9th annual edition, which I hope will continue as part of a lasting legacy long after he may have left office. The topic of this symposium, Energy Transition in the Caribbean, Challenges and Opportunities, could not have come at a more appropriate time, as we are already almost a month into the 2022 Atlantic hurricane season. Experts have forecasted another above-average season, with 19 named storms, 9 of them reaching hurricane category, of which 4 are expected to become major ones. The fact that our island is directly in the middle of the hurricane belt and the frequency and intensity of these destructive weather phenomena is troubling. This is a direct link between climate change and the increase in the number of power of the destructive storms that pass through our region. The United Nations has been leading efforts for about 3 decades now to bring international communities together in order to face critical issues of global warming, greenhouse gas emissions, and climate change in general in a responsible and equitable manner. In September of 2021, the UN Secretary General announced the Global Roadmap aimed at achieving radical transformation of energy access and transition by 2030, while contributing to net zero emissions by 2050. This roadmap calls for a tripling of annual investment for renewable energy efficiency worldwide. It also calls for global renewable power capacity and the phasing out of coal power plants completely by 2030 for the OECD countries and globally by 2040. These ambitious goals laid down in the global roadmap are based on the assumptions that we will be a robust outlay of climate financing coming from the industrialized nations who are generally the ones to contribute the most of the causes of the climate change. On the other hand, we in the Caribbean especially are the most vulnerable to the negative impacts of climate change and the least equipped technologically and financially to deal with what we can only be described as life and death situations. Acknowledging that no one nation can defeat climate change, the Barbados Prime Minister Motley called for a global moral strategic leadership and collaborative partnership to combat this menace. Speaking on behalf of the Caribbean nations who, she said, are often invisible on the world stage, Prime Minister Motley said that it's cheaper to pay for a disaster before it happens than after it happens. She predicted that the nation that wins the technological race becomes the most powerful nation in the world. As is the case with the rest of the Caribbean, climate financing and access to technology are the two main stumbling blocks in our attempt on St. Martin to transition from our heavy dependence on fossil fuel in the production of energy to more renewable and sustainable sources. In our government program titled Building a Strong, Unified, Multi-Pillar Nation, we have placed emphasis on environmental protection. The environment of our island doesn't only reflect how we live, but also contributes to our well-being, the health, and the increases of our lifespan. Your Excellency, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen, it is pertinent to restate here the objectives of our national energy policy, which includes the following: developing appropriate legislative and regulatory framework for proper environmental management and institutional systems for responding to and mitigate the effects of climate change. Building resilience amongst the damage and settlement of our infrastructure, minimizing our damage to our beach and shoreline integrity and the marine ecosystems and also our wetlands, minimizing the negative impact of climate change on agriculture and the human health, allocation of disaster business recovery fund, and increasing the public awareness concerning climate change, amongst other issues. In order for us to achieve those objectives, St. Martin has recently signed an MOU with Grid Market in collaboration with the Island Resilience Partnership, which is a public-private partnership dedicated to helping small island development states reach their renewable energy and resilient infrastructure goals. This will facilitate and speed up the island's transition into clean energy economy. The ministry has been providing Grid Market with all the necessary data to carry out the task of formulating a comprehensive energy transition plan for the island that includes identifying funding resources as well, as we know that is one of the main challenges. I must stress here that the main goal of the national energy policy for St. Martin is to achieve sustainable development of our island. For this to happen, the following objectives are crucial: ensure the provision to adequate and stable energy supply at the affordable price to all residents in order to ensure a decent quality of life, reduce the dependence on fossil fuel and place more emphasis on renewable energy, decrease the environmental impact, carbon footprint, while increasing the environmental resilience, promote energy efficiency, regulate the energy market via regulatory body and legislation, and last but not least, ensure sustainability for NVGEBE. As I mentioned before, climate financing is critical to the realization of our ambitious goals at the international, regional, and of course, local levels. It is well known that the government coffers have shrunken considerably since we have plunged into a deep financial crisis following Hurricane Irma and Maria. The disaster, which caused some $3 billion in damages according to World Bank estimates. The Dutch Trust Fund of $550 million managed by the World Bank has assisted in many areas. Our financial problems have been compounded by 2 years of COVID-19 pandemic that resulted in lockdowns and virtual standstill of our economy for that period. This prompted us to embark on an efficient effort to recoup outstanding fees from government within the various ministries. Collective partnership is key to success in the area of climate change. Therefore, we intend to seek the assistance of our kingdom partners, even as some of our critical issues such as waste management system is now being tackled jointly with the NRPB, VNGI, the World Bank, and also other stakeholders. To further pursue this collective partnership, I visited Curacao recently, where I held talks with the Minister of Economic Development, Minister Saincha, and the directors of Crude Oil and Aqualectra, among others, to explore the possibility of collaborative efforts in projects in the field of energy and environment. The Ministry of Romi has a strategic project manager to assist with the preparation and the execution of the goals of the roadmap regarding the sustainable waste management on St. Martin. That will lead to the establishment of a waste authority. A light detector and ranging map, LiDAR, of the island has recently been completed, which will help the Ministry of Rummy understand how to predict climate change, how the predicted climate change will impact the island's infrastructure and inform the future development plans and our spatial planning. Climate change is as real and it presents a danger to all of us, and particularly in the Caribbean. However, we are facing the challenges it poses with optimism and determination while taking advantage of the opportunities in effort to a better building of our country. It is a complicated and even delicate balance. In the Global Youth Statement on Climate Change, participants of the 16th UN Conference of the Youth requested that the youth should be actively, meaningfully included in all decision-making processes concerning climate change in government and implementation. It is therefore the intention of the Ministry of Rummy, in line with that call, to design engagement methods that will involve our youth through various schools, institutions of higher learning, and youth organizations, in discussions, planning, implementation of strategies that would mitigate the effects of climate change on our sweet St. Martin land. Indeed, if the youth are our future, I will end by adding, the future is now. Nelson Mandela said, "It always seems impossible until it's done," and we can do it. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Duran, for establishing the government's perspective at today's symposium on energy transition in the Caribbean. The key things you mentioned, of course, re-emphasizing the importance of creating sound legislation, following up with such by being able to execute that legislation, and of course, being able to partner with key individuals, key stakeholders, in order to make sure that this happens as effectively as possible within our community. Minister, thank you so much again for establishing the government's perspective, and we continue to look forward to your government's effort in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, are you enjoying the symposium so far? Did you find our first two presenters insightful as it relates to the topic? On behalf of His Excellency and, of course, the organizing committee, it is essential that we don't just have you sitting here taking in this information, but at some point we want to get you involved. So the Slido.com, the video presentation that you saw earlier, invites you to do that. So here in the audience, you would have the opportunity to ask questions. We'll have microphones set up throughout. That's when we get to that part of our program. But on the Slido.com application, you can access that by scanning the QR code in your program. Gives you quick, speedy access to two forms. That is polling questions and, of course, questions that you would like to present during the panel discussion. But first, we'd like to start off with the polling question before we go into our break. So the first thing is, what comes to mind when you hear or talk about renewable energy? So that's the first polling question that we want you to think about, especially during the break, and of course, be able to interact with Slido so that you're able to put in your thoughts in regard to that. What is it that you think about when it comes to renewable energy? You have three options. You have wind, solar, geothermal, nuclear, or liquid natural gas. Those are the three options. You can feel free to enter your response accordingly, and we'll take the results at the end of the symposium. At this point in our program, we're going to take a short break, so we invite you to stand, stretch your legs, continue to engage with each other, because it's been quite a while since some of you have probably seen each other over the last 2 years, and this is the perfect opportunity to do so. So then once we get back from the break, we'll be going into our keynote address speaker for the symposium this year. So once again, thank you, and we'll see you back in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, we invite you back into the hall. So take your break, and we'll see you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to have you back. Hope you've got nicely refreshed and ready to head into the next part of our program. As we begin this session, there's going to be our keynote address. It is a privilege to invite our keynote speaker. It's the sixth president of the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, regional development finance institution based in Barbados. He was elected as a special meeting of the CBD Board of Governors held in January 19th, 2021 for a 5-year term and assumed office on May 4th, 2021. He has over 30 years of experience in economic development and has directed macroeconomic and financial policy support to government authorities in Africa, the Middle East, Central Asia, and the Caribbean. Prior to his engagement with the IMF, our keynote speaker was an associate professor at the State University of New York at Old Westbury in the United States. He also served as a director of research at the Central Bank of Barbados and country economist at CBD. Our keynote speaker is a doctor of philosophy in economics from the University of Southampton in the United Kingdom and a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from the University of London, also in the United Kingdom. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to the Governor Symposium 2002 keynote speaker, Dr. Hyginus Leon.
Hello. Good. I'm not sure whether it is good morning or good mid-morning after the break. All protocols having been observed, I just want to acknowledge Governor Holliday and Prime Minister Jacobs, who wasn't there when protocols were being observed. And let me begin by, I think we have a bit of an echo. Let me begin by expressing my sincerest thanks to the Governor for the invitation to deliver this keynote address at this event. In fact, I should also declare my appreciation for your patience, Governor, and likewise for the patience of you, the audience, as there was a clash in my calendar, and I was bold and presumptuous enough to inquire of the Governor whether the date could be changed, and he graciously accepted. So here I am today, and I am hoping to make amends, Governor, for having to have you push your date back. First, let me also say that recent discussions with other countries in the kingdom have made it very clear to me that I needed to be here. And so it's my hope that this is a small step on what I can only hope will be a long and productive relationship. So today, in my small contribution to what I think is a very important exercise, I propose to do three things. One, to reflect on the context of this event, which is that of sustainable development and its inescapable link to energy security. Second, to share some observations on the imperative for energy transition in the region. And third, to explore current challenges and to identify some key solutions that the bank, CDB, is pursuing and supporting. So first, let's begin with the context. I'd like to start by noting today's symposium is timely. Why is that the case? because it's occurring at a time when we are all focused on the importance of resilience. As I have stated in the past, sustainable development, which we can define as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs, that sustainable development cannot be achieved without resilience. And because development has to be holistic, meaning leave no aspect behind, resilience must also be multifaceted. Therefore, what we need is a resilience ecosystem capable of absorbing the exogenous shocks that we are exposed to. And so, although today's discussion is essentially about energy resilience or energy security, let's not forget that sustainable development is more than energy security, and therefore more than energy resilience. This symposium takes place against the backdrop of the enduring aftermath of COVID-19 and now the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war. This conflict has already affected commodity and financial markets, raised energy prices, increased inflation, heightened food insecurity, and slowed global growth. The sharp increase in energy prices is further straining fragile fiscal positions in many Caribbean countries and threatening to derail any nascent economic recovery. This has undoubtedly brought even sharper focus to the case for the transition to renewable energy to accelerate energy security in the region. Energy, especially in the form of electricity, is the lifeblood of the modern economy and is therefore a sine qua non for economic and social development. The relation between economic growth and electricity use remains strong. Therefore, energy security, or the uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price, is critical. There are two indivisible aspects to energy security that we need to pay attention to. The first is the long-term aspect, characterized by the need for timely investments to supply energy in line with economic developments and environmental needs. The second, short-term aspect is the ability of the energy system to react promptly to sudden changes in the supply-demand balance. That is, the ability to react to and recover from shocks, or stated differently, its resilience. So as we consider the challenges and opportunities for energy transition, we are really trying to establish a sustainable path to the uninterrupted availability of energy sources at an affordable price, and in a manner which does not compromise energy for future generations. Importantly, in doing so, we also achieve energy security and ultimately resilience. Inherent in sustainability is the notion that the energy transition is about shifting from fossil-based energy to renewable energy options, which in the Caribbean are abundantly available in the form of solar, wind, and geothermal energy. And therefore, I suspect now you could not get the Slido answer wrong. So what is the imperative for energy transition in the region? The achievement of sustainable development goals to which the international community, including the Caribbean countries, has committed requires sustainable energy. And that includes both renewable energy options as well as integrated energy efficiency approaches. At present, however, the vast majority of the global and regional energy supply is derived from fossil fuel-based sources, which are, by definition, non-renewable and unsustainable. Addressing the climate change crisis, which, as we have heard, at least by both the governor and featured speaker, is an existential issue for small island developing states and low-lying coastal states. This requires that a radical and urgent shift be made away from fossil fuels to renewable energy options as part of the global decarbonization to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2050. This is so because the burning of fossil fuel for electricity production, for transportation and industry is the main source of the majority of carbon dioxide emissions into the atmosphere, causing climate change. The 6 assessment reports of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, published in 2021 and 2022, have revealed that global carbon emissions have continued to rise, albeit at a slowing rate. And it will be impossible to stay below 1.5 degrees centigrade with no or limited overshoot without stronger climate action this decade. In fact, a widely held view is that the likelihood of staying below 1.8% degrees centigrade is of low probability, underpinning why adaptation is so important to our mitigation action efforts. To summarize the issue, future growth that is not green contributes to our very demise. As part of the Paris Climate Change Agreement, all Caribbean countries have agreed to national determined contributions, targets for reducing carbon emissions by 2030 as part of climate change mitigation efforts. Transitioning to the energy sector towards increased use of renewable energy is the main strategy for achieving these national determined contributions. Even as the current collective carbon emissions contributions of Caribbean countries to the global stock is minuscule, being less than 1%. So beyond contributing to the climate change threat, a reliance on fossil fuels generates a general lack of energy security. In our region, the vast majority, which is 84% of CDB's MDCs, BMCs, the borrowing member countries, they rely on imported petroleum products, mostly in the form of diesel fuel and petrol, for electricity generation, transportation, industry, and cooking services. CDB's borrowing member countries import more than 85% of their commercial energy supplies at a value of over $8 billion US dollars in 2019, or approximately 8% of their total GDP. The dependence on this single, undiversified energy source translates to significant risks for the economy, the environment, and society. The balance of payments impact from this overdependence on imported oil arises from the persistent pressure on foreign reserves to fund imports, as well as the management of reserves when faced with sudden price movements. The use of diesel technology for power generation, coupled with the lack of economies of scale associated with small and isolated markets, have also resulted in the unit cost of electricity being among the highest in the world. The implications of this are far-reaching, negatively impacting economic competitiveness. For example, it was observed that in 2019, the average electricity tariff in many Caribbean countries, including St. Martin, was in excess of over 30 US cents per kilowatt hour, which on average was more than 3 times that of the average in many developed country markets. But it goes beyond competitiveness. This high price of electricity affects the poor and most vulnerable disproportionately, and hence threatens poverty reduction efforts and the achievement of related sustainable development goals. Moreover, with energy cost a major part of government's budgets, the impact of higher cost on fiscal space typically translates to less room to fund other development needs. Further, because oil prices have been historically volatile, the high reliance on imported fuels presents specific challenges to prudent fiscal management. The impact of volatility can be illustrated from the observation that of an average increase of 50% in the price of oil for the first 5 months of 2022 when compared to the average price in 2019. And this sharp increase has translated to a significantly increased cost of living with implications for social protection of the most vulnerable. To come closer to home, given that St. Martin derives virtually 100% of its energy from imported petroleum products, it therefore lacks energy security, like most of the Caribbean countries, and also suffers from the risks associated with the vagaries of the international oil market. So let me be clear. If the energy insecure countries in the region are to achieve their sustainable development goals, it is absolutely imperative that they move quickly to transform the energy sector to utilize our vast renewable energy resources. And by that, we refer to solar, wind, marine, biomass, and geothermal resources available in the region. And as a caveat, let me note that the preceding arguments have focused on oil importers. Net oil exporters face different impacts from overdependence and face different transition challenges, not least because the pace of transition and the need to balance the effective use of natural resource endowments for the development of their economies have to be balanced with the responsibility of reducing the impact of the carbon footprints. And so I think having made the case for the imperative of addressing or rather the embracing of renewable energy, where exactly is the region today on this road to transition? Despite governments taking initial steps, including development of policies, establishing the national determined contributions, and renewable energy and energy efficiency targets, and making some investments in both renewable energy and energy efficiency, energy transition in the region has been extremely slow. According to the World Bank, the average solar power potential in the region lies at an impressive 1,900 kilowatt per meter square per year. This is more or less double the solar potential of Germany, for example, which has a mere 900 kilowatt per meter square per year generation capacity. For offshore wind, the World Bank equally estimates an even more impressive potential in the Caribbean of 751 gigawatts, of which 238 gigawatts could be generated by fixed and 513 gigawatts by floating wind turbines. But guess what? 750 gigawatts compared to a mere 6 gigawatts of total combined electrical peak demand for all, underline all, of CDB's borrowing member countries. All our countries peak demand 6 gigawatts. We have the potential now from offshore wind alone to be able to do 750 gigawatts. So despite this potential, only a handful of Caribbean countries, including Aruba, Dominica, Dominican Republic, and Jamaica, have a renewable energy share of more than 10%. Of course, this morning, and I didn't have that data before, our featured speaker, Monsieur Léonce, told us that Sabre has a 40% share, well on its way to a proposed target of 100% by 2025. Overall, however, regional renewable energy penetration for electricity generation in 2021 was only a mere 12%. And at the current rate, we will not meet the target set by CARICOM of 47% by 2027 or 55% by 2030. The slow pace is due to a number of factors. Our geography and small population has left many of our countries with large isolated grid networks with very modest generation capacity. Electricity systems tend to run at low efficiency, and most of the equipment is out of date. Meanwhile, our very dependence on fossil fuel imports has reduced our capacity to invest in renewable energy. Governance-related barriers, such as inadequate regulatory frameworks, including tariffs, inefficient administration and maintenance, as well as persisting monopolies in transmission and distribution, further stymie progress. As a result of the slow pace, the region is potentially missing out on significant opportunities and potential benefits to be had from a rapid transition. Beyond addressing our domestic energy sector challenges, the transition to renewable energy can allow some countries to leverage opportunities arising from the global decarbonization toward net zero by 2050. Specifically, the region could develop new green energy subsectors and become net exporters of green energy. Two such opportunities can be talked about now. One, green-based export of goods and services. You might ask where and why. Given the EU Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which will implement a carbon tariff on carbon-intensive products in 2026, could we not target using that potential competitive advantage? This is a significant motivator, I believe, for our energy exporters, who, if they don't reduce the carbon intensity of the exports, will surely face being excluded from key markets such as the EU. The real challenge is how to manage the pace of implementing disruptive technologies, since 30% or more of the economic activity depends on hydrocarbons. While the pace and extent of transition should be calibrated to circumstances of net energy importers and net energy exporters, strategically, we could aim for an early mover advantage. Second is in the production of green energy carriers. All the net zero pathways developed by international organizations, such as the International Renewable Energy Agency, include significant roles for green energy carriers, such as green hydrogen and green ammonia. Global demand for these products is expected to increase significantly by the end of the decade and present, therefore, opportunities for our BMCs with large renewable energy resource endowments. So there is not just ample supply, there are opportunities that we can embrace if we so choose. So the question, therefore, is how do we accelerate the transition? We can accelerate the energy transition to facilitate sustainable development of the region and herald new and innovative subsectors. In our view, it all starts with an anchor goal as the vision, which must therefore produce minimal policy uncertainty. That vision has to be executed by integrating and aligning what we call a process triangle of a well-articulated and disseminated warehouse of feasible and bankable projects. That's the demand side of the triangle. Adequate and affordable finance, supply side of the triangle. And an implementation infrastructure of strong governance and regulatory frameworks, the environment side, third side of the triangle, that together, the demand, the supply, and the environment will promote the necessary confidence for building a partnership for development between the private and the public sectors. We therefore need a framework for joint responsibility, a partnership with the private sector to engage on projects as development partners to achieve the anchor goals, financial institutions to devise innovative and flexible financing arrangements that can modify and reduce risk and thereby risk premia and required returns, making finance more affordable, and governments to adopt appropriate regulatory governance and implementation frameworks to facilitate the crowding in of investments and to leverage relevant technical and financial resources from strategic partnerships in the private sector, the public sector, multilateral institutions, and international development agencies. We see that convening role as one that CDB can champion, bringing together the private sector, financial institutions, and governments, together with the multilateral institutions and international development agencies. The task at hand, however, is no small feat. Achieving the regional target by 2030 will require an increase in our renewable energy penetration by approximately 43%, which translates to increasing our capacity by around 2,600 megawatts within 8 years. On an annual basis, our renewable energy penetration rate will need to jump from the current 0.4% per year, 0.4% per year, to around 5.4% per year. Okay, from 0.4 to 5.4%. It would mean installing 320 megawatts renewable energy capacity per year, compared with the average of 25 megawatts per year installed over the last 9 years across the region. Not a small feat. There is also the cost of energy transition. which I dare say is larger than any single institution can implement on its own. Our own internal estimates at CDB suggest that shifting renewable energy capacity in the region to just 320 megawatts per year from the average we said of 25 megawatts per year will require an investment of approximately $1.2 billion every year, which is a 16-fold increase above current levels. That's a lot of money to pull together. So what are we proposing at CDB? We propose the Accelerated Sustainable Energy and Resilience Transformation 2030 framework. And to make it easier for us to remember, we call it the ASSERT 2030 framework, which challenges countries and partners, including the private sector, to identify and pursue bold and urgent actions for a radical shift towards the use of sustainable energy. In this regard, the bank has identified an initial suite of ASSERT initiatives, and we've shortened that to assertives, that we consider will enable the region to achieve the targets that I have just mentioned. It goes without saying that a strong regulatory framework and an enabling environment will be essential for unlocking the private sector participation and therefore bringing the private sector, the government, and the financial institutions into alignment on the magnitude of the task at hand. Indeed, we see scope for an objectives-focused complementarity between the public and the private sectors. I think it is not lost on any of us that there is no fiscal space for governments to take on the load of development. And whether we liked it or not, there will be inadequate fiscal space to be able to drive development. And the only hope for us to be able to move the development needle is through having a partnership with the private sector, a partnership with the private sector, not an augmentation of finance of a government-led set of activities which we call PPPs, but a partnership with the private sector from the beginning, at the initiation, through the design, all the way through to execution and financing to be able to achieve the joint development goals that we talk about. In other words, what we need is a goal-oriented mission that when it is defined, we can ask the question, how can the public and the private sectors jointly contribute to that goal? With your indulgence, audience, Governor, I would like to highlight the potential of one of our assertives. I told you we had a few, but I want to highlight one. And we proposed it at the recent Renewable Energy Conference in Miami, CREF 2022. It's called the Climate Resilient Sustainable Energy Roofs. Climate Resilient Sustainable Energy Roofs. This initiative could be pursued aggressively over the next decade and a half, not only because of its immediate relevance to all the BMCs in scaling up transition, but also because it could facilitate inclusiveness through wide participation of the citizenry. Our bold proposition is for the retrofitting and deployment of standards for new construction to build climate resilient, sustainable roofs in 75% of homes in the region by 2035. So let me take you through a little journey. Imagine a process which is designed to manage the end-to-end value chain of design, fabrication, and installation of those roofs, all with regional resources. Imagine roof installations designed to withstand extreme weather events, while at the same time embedding solar, wind, water, and other energy generation and storage technologies that are all networked through appropriately sized community electricity grids, with the potential to build social cohesion of communities and provide social protection through the provision of community-based services, all through one idea of a climate resilient, sustainable energy roof. Besides providing access to a multi-source energy base for households and communities, literally through the redesign of our basic human need for shelter, this initiative can spur research and innovation in opportunities for greater diversification in generation, for example, offshore wind, in storage, for example, battery storage technology, and distribution through integrated utilities, as well as enhance, where we started this conversation, energy security through the integration with other energy sources, as we said, geothermal, marine, and hydro. And if appropriately designed, would we not be able to even contemplate extreme weather conditions and environmental contamination as welcome nuisances? In other words, we could say every year, bring the hurricane along. We don't mind. Ladies and gentlemen, can I implore you to pause and consider how this one goal, if implemented as described, can touch on all aspects of Sustainable Development Goal number 7, universal access, increasing renewable energy share, efficiency, security, research and technology, and infrastructure. One idea. And if its potential through leveraging linkages to go even further on helping meet other SDGs, including social resilience and productive capacity. That's the kind of integrated development we should be thinking about, where, as I said, development is more than climate. But if we can make a climate solution a development solution by building linkages around, just think of the power and the change we can make in a development context. So therefore, we are making a clarion call to all our strategic partners to work with us in the context of the proposed Assert 2030 framework for bold and urgent actions to transform the region's energy landscape and lay the ground for faster progress towards attaining the SDGs. If energy transition is to be sustainable and to yield the desired outcomes, our private sector must play a central role. This would mean that these initiatives need to promote incentive compatibility and provide appropriate rates of social return that makes the transition worthwhile. What is probably most important for our private sector to deliberate on is the choice between the ability to make profits that can be short-lived and the ability to have environments that can sustain adequate rates of return over very long periods. Equally, shouldn't we, in the spirit of holistic development, focus on measures of social rather than purely private return, where social, environmental, institutional, and sustainability considerations are taken into account in measuring feasibility? Shouldn't we focus on the feasibility of a continuum of linked projects as a chain rather than the piecemeal approach of feasibility of single projects? Because then if we keep focusing on projects, we lose sight of the fact that projects have no end in their own right. It is part of a continuum in a development space, and the ultimate goal is the development that we are looking for. So I leave it to you to deliberate, and I hope during the Q&A, on what is the most optimal for the future of our children. Indeed, the transition to renewable energy and to energy security is a debate on the kind of future we would like to bequeath to our children. It is one I think we cannot be shy or timid about. The will to create a bright, sustainable future is clear. Let us therefore not let the optimism of our will be overcome by the pessimism of our intellect. And let us therefore engage boldly and in partnership to advance this imperative. I thank you.
Energy security is truly an existential issue for the Caribbean. And of course, achievement of energy security, if it is to be sustainable, has to be rooted in the transition to renewable energy. Dr. Leon also emphasized the pace of transition, acknowledging that it is going very slow in the region, but at the same time offered a solution. Energy transition can be accelerated through regional cooperation. So there's no silo issue here. There's no one person being alone dealing with this issue. Once we consolidate our efforts, we should be able to see results and help us to achieve our goals. Energy efficiency opportunities represent low-hanging fruit, and renewable energy solutions should form part of the strategies to address food and water security. Dr. Leon, thank you very much for your keynote address in this year's symposium. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you are truly taking in the valued information offered in this year's symposium on energy transition in the Caribbean. At this time, of course, we've asked you to engage using slido.com to answer our first question. There's now another polling question that we would like to present to you. Should consumers contribute towards the cost of St. Martin's transition to renewable energy in the form of a service charge or levy? And the second part to that question, if yes, what is considered a fair monthly contribution? 5 guilders, 10 guilders, 25 guilders? So ponder that, because it's not just on the responsibility of government. It's a sentiment we're hearing quite often. It's also something that the population, the citizens, our country, and our people must get involved in. They must contribute. And you'll be very well surprised that there are individuals who are waiting for that next step so that they can play their part, and they're taking the necessary steps. In the next part of our program this morning, we are going to now engage you, our audience, and our online audience, and invite our industry leaders, our industry experts, to present their perspectives. So as we transition into the interactive session of our program this morning, I would like you to turn your attention to the monitor for 2 video presentations that would allow us to get ready for this panel discussion. So I ask you for your attention towards the monitors at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, we are entering into the interactive session and we invite you to engage. You've just received the necessary instructions as to how you can do that from a technological perspective by the Slido. This time, though, I would like to introduce our moderator for this session. She has built a career bridging the divide between civil society needs and public sector vision and policy. She holds a Bachelor of Arts degree in political science from Florida A&M University and a Master of Arts degree in international development for American University in Washington, D.C. She combines academic training with deep understanding of policy and community. Since returning to St. Martin in 2013, she has committed herself to serving her country through various functions. In 2017, she joined the St. Martin Development Fund as the agency's program and development manager. In January 2020, at the age of 30, she was appointed the managing director, making her the youngest managing director within the public, semi-public, and collective sectors. She has a commitment to community. She also extends beyond her work. She has previously sat on the board of the Social Economic Council, volunteered as a project coach for St. Martin Dude, and is the current chairperson of the Governor's Symposium Organizing Committee. And in this session, she will serve as your moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please extend a warm welcome to the moderator of this session, Ms. Makisha Brooks, and the panel.
The picture's on already.
Thank you, Cedric. Protocol having been well established, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the interactive panel discussion segment of this year's Governor's Symposium. Now, we say that this segment is interactive because we want to encourage participation, and we want to welcome your thoughts, feedbacks, or any questions you may have. To do so, you can simply go to slido.com and using the event code GOV2022, you can pose your questions for any of the panelists here. Now, while we do want to encourage participation, we require a level of respect. As such, questions are required to be respectful, without profanity, and they must remain on the theme of this year's Governor's Symposium, which is Energy Transition in the Caribbean, Challenges and Opportunities. Now that the ground rules have been set, I would like to introduce you all to some additional persons that are joining us. So you have met and heard from Dr. Leon and Mr. Leons, but joining them are three industry professionals right here on St. Martin. So to my far right, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Werner van der Zilver, who is the manager of DNAP St. Martin. Next to him is Mr. Robert Jan James, who is the general manager of Sol Antilles. And next to Robert Jan, we have Dr. Shireen Daniel, who is the acting temporary manager of NBGEBE. Now, considering the experiences that the three of our panelists have had, I'd like to give them an opportunity to speak to what they have seen and experienced within St. Martin's energy sector. So if I may go to you first, Robert James.
Yes, good morning. So I've been given 3 minutes to respond, and I'm going to try to keep it within 3 minutes. So yeah, good morning, everyone. Nice to see you, a nice turnout. Thank you to the governor for inviting me, and I really have to commend you for taking this topic. This is a very important topic. It's important to us as an organization. About a year ago, we presented our vision for the energy transition of St. Martin to the esteemed Council of Ministers. We've presented the same to Parliament as well. So I think it's pretty wide known where we stand. We feel that the energy transition is a must. It is time to act. And like the governor said, you know, why wait? And we haven't waited. Sol is part of Parkland International, a large Canadian organization. We're publicly traded, and we've started the process. So we've started the process of transitioning from a petroleum company to an energy company. We consider ourselves an energy company. So some of the projects that we're involved with at the moment in Canada, we have a refinery in Alberta where they've started to blend biodiesels. We've also started EV charging points at the service stations in Canada, just because there's so many electric vehicles there. And then in the Caribbean, Sol is in 26 countries in the Caribbean. And within the Sol group, we've established a new entity called Sol Ecolutions. And that team consists of professionals in the renewable energy sector. We have people that are experts on solar, on waste to energy, and business development. And it is a business for us. So this team supports all of the local markets with the projects that they're doing on the ground. So in the region, we're involved in Martinique, for example, in a large utility-scale solar project. Martinique is also doing hydrogen development. And in other islands, we're doing solar projects as well. On St. Martin, we've started as well with solar on our own office. We have a partnership with DynAF. We've started the installation, and hopefully by next week, the panels will actually be placed on our office. So we're taking action. We're taking the example, or we're setting the example rather, and I really want to take a leading role in this whole process. Of course, we want to work with the power company and other stakeholders. We're in a position where we can not only be your private sector partner, like Dr. Leon said, how important it is to have, and I'm really happy to hear that, that it's recognized that private sector can really drive this process. And we can also be the financier. We can finance projects. We can do projects, full turnkey projects from design, installation, maintenance, insurance. Insurance is always a big issue. People are worried about hurricane resilience. So we can offer that full turnkey package. Please stop me when I reach 3 minutes, because I will just keep on talking. So I'm very passionate about this, and I know a lot of other people are passionate, but I think it's time for action. So we started it. So let's get together, let's work together. We are here, we're right here on St. Martin. We're not going anywhere, and we're willing to make significant investments in St. Martin, in the community, to make this happen. So I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert Jan. You mentioned one of your partners being to your right, DynAF. Werner, can I give you the floor?
Yes, you can. Thank you all publicly showing up. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for giving this the opportunity. DynAF is very innovative. Most of you might know us as a generator company, same history as Sol. We are oil-based, diesel-fueled generators, but we also find the need of change to renewable energy, mainly in solar, and in Curaçao we're also busy now with a wind project. So we're trying all renewable sources in the future. For St. Martin, we think that it is time to start the transition really. As Dr. Leon mentioned, time is running out. We need to involve as much people as possible, not only the government, but also the private sector, as Robert mentioned, with partnerships and stuff, but also the residents. We get a lot of requests from residents. What does solar cost? What brings it in for me? And at the moment, we have feasible solutions for residents already on their own roofs, but we are kind of hampered by the lack of net metering on the island, for instance. People cannot earn money with solar. They just can save on their own bill. So there is a request for legislation on net metering, on being part of the production of energy by residents and the private sector. Therefore, taking away the load from GB, the stress on the power plant and stuff, which also will grow in the future, the stress on the power plant, because with the coming of electric vehicles, also mentioned in one of the speakers, the request, the need for power will only grow in the future. So every solution we can have right now already next to the power plant will help St. Martin be sustainable in energy. So basically that's it. I didn't finish my 3 minutes. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Werner.
You're welcome.
And of course, one of the most important, if not the most important partner and stakeholder in St. Martin's energy transition and journey, of course, is NVGEBE. So Dr. Daniel, if you could share a few words about NVGEBE's transition and trajectory towards transitioning to renewable energy.
Good morning, distinguished participants and presenters. Protocol having been established, I would like first to thank Your Excellency the Governor and his team for choosing the topic, Energy Transition in the Caribbean, Challenges as well as Opportunities. I do believe this topic hits home to all. I was requested with a 3-minute time frame to basically state NVGB's position on energy transition. I must say it's somewhat of a difficult task considering that it involves complex components of change. Are we ready? Can we handle it? Listening to all the presenters that present before me, we have no choice. It all started years and years ago in an effort to save our planet. But since there's no planet B, we are now facing with exorbitant fuel prices that do not intend to go down anytime soon. Given the world we live in today, Ukraine, the war, the pandemic, COVID, can you imagine that every gilded GB spends, 30 to 40% goes towards fuel and other lubricants? Yes, 30 to 40%. And as a result, the question is, what is GB's position? Well, the NVGB is currently working towards transition into renewable energy. We're putting that in a multi-annual strategic plan. That multi-annual strategic plan will be coupled with a robust change management process, aimed to lead both from a people's side of change as well as an organizational side of change, which will enable a successful transformation. Besides the strategic plan, among other things that will be listed into the strategic plan would be: 1, consultation with all our stakeholders. Who's our stakeholders? You, the people of St. Martin. 2, NVGB is looking forward to working with government to revisit the national energy policy, because NVGB and government, together we can. NVGB is also looking forward into investing into small scales pilot projects, grid improvements, and assessments on storage of energy options. And lastly, we are looking forward into investing into clean energy. And I think the next logical question would be, what's the time frame? Well, according to best practices, the time frame is between 1 to 2 years per phase. In the meantime, we have also taken note that there will be challenges, and NVGB is prepared to take on these challenges. But one of the main important challenges I would like to outline today is how fast we, NVGB, Country St. Martin, can get with the program. How fast can we start this transition? Because if we don't, we will leave NVGB with no other choice but to continue to be dependent solely on fuel and at the same time other lubricants. So with this being said, coming on to my 3 minutes, I would like to end this by saying, without any promises, that it is important for us to get with the program, for us to start to do energy transition, because this would enable us to lessen that fuel clause that has a direct impact on our bill. So in other words, how will this benefit? It will benefit us all by having a lesser fuel clause. And in general, it will benefit us all by giving us a brighter future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Daniel. If you see me on my phone, please note that I am seeing every single one of your questions that you have sent thus far. The engagement is exactly what the committee had hoped for. One point, I see that many of you have very similar questions, so feel free to upvote a question that is similar to yours to send it up to the top, so of course it gets my attention. Now, Dr. Leon, they have questions geared towards you, sir. So taking everything you've heard from the 3 panelists, the 3 industry professionals, what possible synergies do you see between these segments of the industry that can help push St. Martin's transition a little bit faster?
Yeah, I think just listening to the 3 local presenters, so it took me back to the point I made in the presentation. This is a joint responsibility issue. And it has to be internally consistent. It cannot be NPV asking for one thing of government, Sol wanting something else from government. Because then the question is, how do you make sure that the two needs, the two demands are aligned? And how does government, because they may be hearing it at different times, how does government end up trying to meet those needs in a way that satisfies all? And so when I say it's a partnership between the private sector, financial institutions, because ultimately you need them, and the government, it is how do you do that in a way that says it is consistent with the global national goals that you can set yourself. So if the goal is energy security, it's not about energy security today. It's about energy security over the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Therefore, the government needs to be able to say, what's the national need? And once you know what that national need is, and you can backtrack on particular milestones along that line, the question is, how do you share that responsibility? And the sharing requires, as we said, the three elements of that triangle. You need to have the financing, whether it's coming from the private sector or from institutions. You need to have the demand, the investments that are required that will get you to where you want. And you need to have the environment, whether it's the regulation or the government's facilitating environment. But all of those need to be one holistic package. And it needs to be agreed through dialogue of burden sharing and joint responsibility, so that you can then go about your business on your own, doing it and delivering it without there being a conflict. And so it is that, for me, this is the future of tomorrow. It is about how do you build partnerships among stakeholders to meet national defined goals, what I call the anchor goals. And they have to be such that what we equally say, there should be no policy uncertainty. It cannot be that the investors are looking to, I'm not sure if I want to do this because the government may not be there in 10 years. That doesn't work. It has to be something that transcends any party, such that the nation gets priority, and we know whoever is in power is committed to that anchor goal. Then the private sector can look towards long-term 20, 30-year investments. And that is where the appeal about sustained rates of return in a social context can be looked at, as opposed to the private sector. I need to make this money because by the time the election comes next, maybe I won't be able to do anything then. So it calls for a very, I think, futuristic, burden sharing, joint responsibility, national anchoring. And that is what I would like to be able to say to St. Martin, as I would say to everywhere else in the region. We need to be able to find that common ground, anchor it, and each have to know what are our roles, what can we do, how we do it. But importantly, we have to do it in a consistent, coherent way. If not, it's not going to work.
Without question.
Yeah.
Robert Yan, I see that you have...
Yeah, I'd like to comment to that. And I fully agree with what you say. But at the same time, you elaborated on the slow pace of development on the islands, and especially when it comes to developing legislation and actually creating that framework within which we can work. So from a private industry, and especially from a publicly traded company, we're here to set results. So we take a very pragmatic approach. We want to see results and we want to take action. So by starting small commercial projects, we're hoping that we can at least kind of accelerate that pace that is required to where we can actually have that framework, because there is a need for a framework. Like Werner mentioned, private consumers, they want net, net feeding back into it. They want to be able to make money off of their investment. We do as well. Commercial customers want as well. So, we're hoping that by doing this, by actually investing into these projects, that we can accelerate this process, which is really needed.
Werner, Robian mentioned net metering. Can you kind of define that a bit for those who may not be in the industry?
Yes, I can. Net metering is basically you're generating power on your own solar installation and feeding back into the grid, feeding back to GB. So basically you are providing power to the network. And net metering would say that you get paid for the kilowatt hours you put back into the net, which is not in places yet on the island. On other islands it is. I think Barbados is a really good example for that. People earning money privately and business-wise. It's a business model on the island there for earning money by creating your own power and selling it back to the power company.
It seems that finance and investment is a significant component in any type of discussions about energy transitioning. Now, for us on St. Martin, of course, we look to the utility company to identify and hear about what their plans, particularly in the financial aspect, may be. Dr. Daniel, can you share essentially what investment plans NVGEB might have? We heard Robert Yam mention that Solar and his parent company offer turnkey solutions for energy investments. Does NVGEB have any plans of financial to at least start to figure out the financial aspect and investments of energy transitioning?
Well, right now, as I stated earlier, we're right now currently crunching our strategic plan, putting it in place. That is one of the key aspects. Do I think we'll have any financial challenges with the investment? No. It is NVGB intention at this point in time since 2016, where I believe government had given us the green light to do a pilot project, which was a 2 megawatt solar. And right now it's our intention to revisit it, see if it's still workable, and from there execute.
Okay. And then if I may speak to Mr. Leons, who's right next door to us.
Yes.
I mean, we see Sabre very clearly. Sometimes on a clear night, you can see the lights on Sabre. And to know that much of that electricity is supplied through solar.
That's correct.
Can you describe essentially how Sabre managed to integrate solar sources into the existing grid?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Solar, Sabre, as you know, is a lot smaller than St. Martin, just 5 square miles and a population of roughly 2,000 people. Our customer base is around 1,300. So the peak load in Sabre is really 1.2 megawatts, pretty small compared to St. Martin. When we look at that, it's really there because your demand load is not high. So Sabre's first phase, I think, was in 2007, thereabout, and they studied for 1.1 megawatt solar park, and the battery storage was just about 800 kilowatt at the time. Later, the second phase came about in 2019, and they added an additional megawatt of solar. So they're now up to 2.1. So to integrate this is pretty sophisticated. You need a lot of expertise, engineers that understand solar power, and also battery storage systems. We have very robust grid, which is really, really good. Our on-ground system is about 95% of the distribution system, but 5% of it is still overhead. So that was the first thing that Sabre really did, was to strengthen and make the grid very, very resilient to hurricanes. And installing the 2 megawatts and the battery storage with generation, they were able to integrate the solar, the battery, with the generation through. They do have a fuel safe controller that's able to communicate with the generator, ensure that if there is not a sufficient solar, the generators are able to kick in automatically. If there is a lot of solar, so especially during the day, we could run almost 8 hours a day with solar. Remember, our load is only 1.2 megawatts. We could produce our production on a solar 2 megawatts, which means you have excess capacity to put into the battery and to charge the battery. So, sorry about this. When the battery is fully charged, and for example, you have a clouds going through the solar panels, the battery is able to kick in and to carry the share the load between whatever the solar park is producing and the battery has fully charged and what is it able to put back into the grid. So be able to run the entire demand load for almost from 7 o'clock to sometimes 6 p.m. and almost 10 hours sometimes for the day. Generation only comes in when the solar has dropped and the load is still there. The generation will come in at that point to pick up that load. So the integration requires a little bit of IT, as you know, protection and controls, which is to identify when there are variances between your supply and demand, also to ensure that if there's a fault, that it's able to disconnect the solar system and to ensure that the island remains reliable with power coming from your generators. So again, it's a combination of IT, OT, protection, connecting everything together, making sure there's communication between what you're producing and what your load is, and to make sure they're synchronized, they're balanced, and that your power is totally reliable during the entire day. So this is one is to move to 100%, and that requires additional integration. Again, so now we're looking at having wind in the evening, which would complement your solar when you don't have solar in the evening. So making sure that you have 24 hours of renewable energy, and that in itself will be extremely sophisticated and complex because you have two variances with renewable, but it's possible with advanced engineering and advanced technology and advanced software applications.
Dr. Leon, you got a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to add a comment to this, because while we say Sabre is small, 1 megawatt, 1.2, I think it affords us the opportunity to essentially pilot some of the things that we are talking about. And I can give a couple of examples. While you have 1,200 or 1,300 customers, and you're looking to say your generation of renewables will be 100% penetration, can we also add to this 100% electrification rate, such that every household on Sabre has electricity? Now, I raise that because this is where, when we talk of partnership and having government and private sector in that space, becomes important. If the government were to say the anchor goal is, in the case of Sabre, every person, every household will have renewable energy by so and so a date, these are two goals that you need to be able to meet at the same time. And the typical problem you have is, if the private sector is doing it, some may be left out. And if the government is doing it, they haven't got enough money to give everybody. But if we can find a way of now combining those two through balancing the two goals, you can get to the issue of electrification, potentially reducing your social inequity, at the same time that you can say you can meet an overall goal of renewables that is profitable for the private sector to be able to come in at the same time. And it could mean, taking the case of the roofs, if every roof can be producing solar energy, and you can have, through appropriate evidence-based data, you can have a sense of how much more will it take for downtime, or when and you can predict when your cloud patterns are going to come in. What now could be the auxiliary type of support in terms of energy you do need, such that Sabre will always have a supply? And you're sitting right next to water. It's not a fast stretch for a little offshore water to be able to be there generating at the same time that whenever there is a deficiency on the solar, you can make up with wind and you can meet the two objectives. And what's the cost to the government? Not putting the whole thing on, but maybe just the investment in the offshore that now can be bundled, and all you need is a good distribution system, what we call a community grid. And then you can manage inequities in the community, in the society, by ensuring that those that can produce more because they have larger homes, larger rooftops, can redistribute. No need for net metering sales, because it's a community-based idea. And you can get essentially not a subsidy, but a transfer of your property tax to the government. All the government needs to say is, I can impute how much you are providing to that community grid, and rather than charge you $1 per 10,000 value, I will charge you 90 cents. And therefore, that differential is your immediate contribution to ensuring social cohesion takes place at the same time. So we just have to be imaginative, but it has to be anchored. And in this case, anchored on the twin goal, not only of renewable 100%, but 100% electrification. Every household needs to have electricity. Now, how do you get them together is the basic point for dialogue. And if you can do that, the government, the private sector, the financial institutions, the people, whoever it is that brings them together, you can have a solution that you can work towards. But Sabre is a perfect case. Small, few people, so many households, you could put them on one stick and have all the information, do everything you need to do. We probably can say Sabre can be a leader, no, in terms of piloting some of those concepts.
Mr. Leon?
Okay.
Mr.
All right,
Leon?
can I?
There
Okay,
you go.
can hear me now. Sorry about that. Just to your point, in terms of every home's having electricity or being electrified, and that's the second layer of complexity right there. Sabre does have a utility scale solar park, but we are also looking at what are ways to empower the community to have at least 1 megawatt of residential solar. That again provides an additional layer of complexity because now the grid operator needs to monitor what's happening out there in the field, because with variations and with productions that are distributed, you need to be able to have eyes to understand what's happening over there in terms of load change or production changes at different points, and be able to respond accordingly to ensure that you create a reliable grid. So as the energy sector is a great sector, it's evolving, but it comes with its complexity. The technologies that are there to help us control and monitor and forecast properly, especially weather patterns. We need to understand when there's a cloud, when the weather is going to change, and when to react, and make sure we have the devices out there to do that monitoring. So yes, all of this is great ideas in terms of reaching out and allowing the private sector and residents to be part of this whole evolution, but it does come with its complexity.
Yeah, but complexity should never dissuade us. You know, that's the issue of where I ended.
Yeah.
The optimism of your will, where you want to go, should never be subordinated by the pessimism of your complexity. Now we can override this. You can go over that.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If I may make one announcement, we do have 2 microphones in the walkway. So if you wish to pose your question the traditional way, please do make use of those microphones. Of course, the House rules remain in place. Now, I had one question that I think perhaps may be answered by our local panelists. It seems as though transitioning the grid itself is very complex. It cannot be overcome, but it seems complex. Now, my question is, how do we facilitate or encourage individual or corporate investments in technology? It sounds a little bit expensive. What have been your experiences where financing and also individual residential installations have gone?
Want to talk about individuals?
Werner?
Go first.
Yeah.
I'll do the residential.
Yeah, so
And Roman Jan
essentially,
takes
how
the-
can a
Yeah.
regular person afford to make that transition? And is it feasible for them while we, look
Yes.
to the utility company to work out the complexities?
I understand the question. Based on the limits we have right now, but not feeding back to the grid, we always calculate about 30% of the bill. That's what you can put on the roof without feeding back. It's a limit. And that 30%, you're not paying GB. So that money you save on your bill, and that constitutes together the return on investment in years. So for instance, a small solar installation could be returned back, your investment could be returned back in 4 years max. And then you save money. And after that, since solar panels will last you 15, 20 years, you earn money basically, because that money you don't need to pay either on your installation, you don't need to pay to GB, so you can spend it on other things, maybe on improving installation, putting batteries in, and even have more power to your house. That's possible. So initially, average, say 3 to 4 years, residential earns it back.
And then on the commercial side, Robert Jan, you mentioned Sol being able to do turnkey investments. Is there a scale to which that's feasible for Sol?
Well, in any case, a consumer will save money regardless. So we can guarantee that. We will also look at the GB bills. We will look together with Dyna, we can design systems to suit the exact need. There's no need to overproduce because it doesn't really return anything. And then we look at, how long of an agreement needs to be there. When we finance it, we look for long-term agreements with our consumers. But just going back to the grid and using Barbados as an example, what Barbados has done, there's a clear regulatory system in place. And there's also a Fair Trade Commission that establishes the tariffs at which you can feed back to the grid. And that's an independent organization, like you mentioned earlier. And also for a consumer to be able to feed back to the grid, they need to be certified. So they've established procedures and standards for solar installations. So once you have an installation in place, it gets certified by an independent commission, and only then can you feed back into the grid, and you will be paid back that established tariff by the Fair Trade Commission. So again, I don't want to beat this horse, but you need a framework. That is key. The framework will really basically serve as the foundation of anything that will follow on that if you really want to do a proper and adequate energy transition.
Dr. Daniel, if I may ask you from the position of, you mentioned the energy policy that is being revisited, is net metering or some way to offset the investments of individuals and corporations being considered or put into that energy policy?
Well, net metering is an asset to offset it as well. It is an investment. However, right now, we're busy testing a lot of phases in the sense of where we even have prepaid meters, Pagatino, that GB is looking into investing at the same time. So right now, there are a lot of options, there are a lot of potentials for NVGB, but we have to basically do our assessments, and based on those results, then we will basically implement our best fit.
Yeah, understood. Thank you. So I have a question perhaps that any of you would like to take. We mentioned SEBA as our pilot, our testing grounds. Are there opportunities for St. Martin to join or learn from regional organizations that may be well into their energy transitioning? Is there opportunities to learn at a regional level? If I may ask Dr. Leon and Mr. Leon to start.
Uh, Yeah, sure. As I mentioned in my presentation, I think you've got neighboring islands who have gone through the process of transitioning national energy policies into strategic plans and have found ways to subsidize it. Thank God to the kingdom, the Netherlands kingdoms, who have provided some subsidies to Statia and Seba, as you realize, and understand they have their partners in terms of energy transition and reducing the carbon footprints. And therefore, they are very much, the kingdom is kingdom is very supportive of the national energy strategies within these two islands. So they've gone out, they've put a case forward, they've put a project plan together, find the financing that they need, because they also are supportive of reducing their carbon footprints and of having a better, sustainable and reliable and resilient energy future. They've done the projects themselves. They realize they've actually identified and recognized the ups and downs, the challenges, the risk of implementation, working with contractors, consultants, and the difficulties they face in making sure these projects are completed on time. They have the logistics experience in terms of shipment and the issue of trying to get the goods to the island from overseas. And all of these experience would help St. Martin in terms of its implementation, because you're going to these partners asking them what were the experiences, what were the challenges they faced, what are the risks they faced during implementation, and these lessons learned are important as you look at your own implementation. Expertise is important with transition, because you can't implement if you don't have the right experts, the right consultants, the right engineers to ensure these projects are completed safely or within the time frame and budget that you've allocated. So learning from these neighboring islands is very important as you look forward to the future in terms of your energy implementation projects.
And Mr. Leon says one question targeting to Seba, and I feel it's a pressing question.
That's fine.
Everyone wants to know, since Seba has introduced solar technology, has there been any change in cost to the consumers or changes in Seba Electric's business structure since renewable energies have been introduced?
I know this question was going to come, so I was expected it, but thanks for the question. The short answer would be no. The reason why, and I'll just explain that, there have been a lot of changes in the world since Sabre implemented its solar system. The expectation was that it would reduce the price of electricity over time, and they're still anticipating that that will be the case. The time when this projects were completed, the price of diesel oil was, I think, around So since implementation, we've seen global changes. We've seen prices of diesel gone up significantly. So the expectation was when the solar parks were built and completed, that the price per kilowatt would drop significantly because your highest tariff is on the importation of fuel. But fuel has gone up, as I indicated, almost 140% and 200% in some cases. So there were savings that you would have recognized because of the solar systems that you've installed, which would have reduced the amount of fuel used for generation by almost 1 million liters, right? The price has gone up almost 200%. So it was hard to recognize these savings if your price of fuel has gone significantly up from the time that you implemented these projects. But what the anticipation is over a long period of time is that as hopefully prices go down and as we move to 100%, we will recognize more savings in fuel consumptions for generation. The hope is that your conventional generation will only operate maybe less than 10% or 10%. So the amount of fuel you use for generation, fossil fuel generation, would decrease significantly, and at that point they could recognize the savings of renewable energy. So that's the challenge that they faced after implementation, and they're still optimistic that they will achieve that goal, but that's the dilemma.
We're still hopeful.
Still hopeful.
Yeah, I wanted to add something to 2 points to what David was saying. The first is, and it's part of the conversation we are having here, we need to be very clear about what transition means. And you don't go from 0 to 100% overnight. And so if the expectation is that prices would have gone down overnight, that was an expectation that should never have been allowed to be part of the lexicon. Because even if Sabre had gotten to 100%, the rest of the world is not yet there. And to the extent that you are not isolated and you still need to trade with the rest of the world, when you have movements in volatile oil prices that are affecting the rest of the world, Sabre cannot be isolated. So we need to be very clear of what transition means and therefore manage the expectations so that we don't falsely say Sabre is a wrong choice of pilot because they didn't deliver. They could not deliver in the broader context. It's the same thing we have with COVID. Nobody is safe until everybody is safe. It's similar point, I think, holds. So that's something to keep in mind. The second is on the issue of experiences. It is not enough that we should be saying, let's only see what the experience is in our regions of the world. Knowledge exists around the globe, and we should be focused more on accumulating knowledge from everywhere, deciphering what are the success elements from across the world, and then see how to utilize those for our specific circumstances so that we benefit more. It is not that we are saying not use what exists in the region, but if there is something else from outside that the region has not actually even begun to understand, and now we're talking technologies that may be far more advanced or may have been experimented with elsewhere that we have not even begun to think about. So opening that net to the entire world in the spirit of knowledge accumulation and transformation is really where we should be thinking. And when I said partnerships, partnerships don't have to be only local and global. You talk of absence of maybe adequate or the need to have specific engineers and certain skill sets. Why should we wait until we have grown all of those skills to be able to use them? We should be looking to pull in and draw talent from wherever so that we can leapfrog and take this step to help us move to the next phase. So the world is about partnerships going forward. That is our future. We cannot run away from it. And we have to be able to see knowledge from across the world to be able to move at a pace that is necessary to get us to where we need to go.
Thank you, Dr. Leon. If I may take a question from the audience, I see that His Excellency has a question.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. In relation to the response by Mr. Leon and the answers provided by Dr. Leon, to add to Dr. Leon's statements, I believe it may be fairer to say that the cost of electricity on Sable, taking everything into consideration, would have been higher had you not transitioned as you have in Sable. So I think that's a more fairer assessment of the situation.
And that would be totally correct. because they have recognized savings, like I indicated earlier, about 800,000 to 1,000 liters of fuel. So that's the amount they've reduced their importation. And over time, as they continue to expand to 100%, as Dr. Leon said, you've got to take a long-term view of transition. It can't be short-term because of the volatility in fuel prices and what's happening around the world. And as you transition, your focus needs to be pretty much optimistic as to reaching the objective. So I think Sabre is in a good place. They have made the transition. They need to continue to expand that and continue to reduce importation of fuel. And over the long term, I think they will see significant value and benefits for their taxpayers and also their ratepayers.
Now, Robert Jan, the conversation just now was about the cost of fuel. Now, we think of Seoul traditionally as a petroleum company. How can Seoul potentially support GEB's transition away from petroleum products? And I know that might be going in the opposite direction, but how could that be feasible?
Well, first of all, like I said, we're transitioning ourselves as well from a petroleum company to an energy company. We realize that there's no going back. This is really the way the world is turning. And as an oil company, you can make two decisions. Either you keep doing what you're doing, or you make a change. And we recognize that this is part of a change, and we want to lead that change. Oil prices are very volatile. People always look at us as to blame that the cost of living has gone up, but it's a fact of life. The oil was $60 a barrel in March. It went up to $130. This morning it was $107. And some analysts believe it will go as high as $150 this year. So there's a lot of speculation which leads into volatility and which in turn results in very volatile electricity prices and cost of living and inflation. Everything, the price of oil impacts everything in life that we do. So one of the advantages to going to renewables, once you make that investment, you know what your cost of electricity is going to be for the foreseeable future. If you invest into a 10, 20 megawatt solar project, your cost of investment on return is 20 years. So you know what for the next 20 years, what your cost per kilowatt hour is going to be fixed. So there's no more instability, there's no volatility, there's no dependence on oil. That portion of your energy is at a fixed cost. And we can finance that. So basically, that's how we see ourselves as a partner to GB and to utility companies throughout the region. We're doing this in other locations as well, to offer the cost stability of that portion of the overall production. You're not going to be able to do everything. Like the other gentleman said, you have to take small steps, but we can at least take a portion of our energy production, our electricity production, and establish a fixed tariff on that.
Thank you. So at least there is a possibility for a synergy between Seoul as an energy company and NBGEB.
Absolutely.
I see that we have someone at the microphone.
This is a question for Ms. Daniel. Just in terms of a collaboration partnership with public buildings, for example, in this case, sport facilities, what's the possibility of perhaps having panels installed at the location or one of the locations in terms of generation of electricity for these public buildings, and then usage by the public buildings to reduce bills?
Well, to be honest, good question. The other day we were sitting with GB management team and we were discussing a lot of possibilities in arenas of these pilot projects. And one of the pilot projects that I felt was would have been passionate and sends a strong message if GB literally put solar panels on all government-owned company schools. Because I believe besides less than the government bills or utility bills, it also sends a clear message that GB is getting ready for transition. We are ready, we are capable, and we are determining to lessen that fuel clause, make life much easier and brighter for all of us, and push forward to a greener future.
So what will be the timeline on that then?
Well, timeline. Now, according to best practices, all of these things goes in phases. For example, the phases per phase is like a year to 2 years. Now, with a phase being a year to 2 years, meaning that you don't have anything. But we do have a basis. We have a national energy policy plan that GB, together with government, will revisit, will update. We do have approval for one pilot project already. And if we tend to run it simultaneously, I will say 2, 3 years probably, if you group both together and take the average.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. I see that we have a gentleman at the other mic over here. And then I encourage anyone else who would also like to pose questions to go to the microphone. Sir?
Thank you. I would like to say that I appreciate the governor for putting this program together, and I've been part of all of his symposium from day one, and the vision that he has always put forward is great. I also want to say that GB, years ago, Mr. Lambert had a program that would put GB in front of stable, because that program here also include stable, St. Kitts, and Nevis with regards to the volcanic makeup of these islands. And otherwise, GB would have been the leader in renewable energy. So St. Martin has always been a leader in everything. And I want to mention that what we are hearing today has been part of the vision of Mr. Lambert. And all of those programs should be at GB. So I hope that the problem that we have had over the years, changing of management,
Thank you, sir.
like government,
Thank you very
things
much.
always changing.
Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you.
your question, sir. And I do think, of course, for those of you who are not familiar, Mr. Lambert was a former managing director of NDGEB, and I think it's important for us to honor the stalwarts who, set the path. But the gentleman did mention one point that I thought was useful. We've been talking about solar energy for quite some time. Of course, we had a little bit of mention about wind and hydroelectricity in Seba. Has NVGB considered geothermal or other sources of energy outside of solar?
Yes, besides solar, we were considering wind as well. However, based on, I would say, research, it was not too feasible considering the climate change in St. Martin. However, my personal opinion, I would love to revisit that. But all in all, when you look at our best alternative, it would be solar. Reason why, we produce enough sun hours during the day, and it's also cost effective for the people of St. Martin, as well as the organization NVGB.
Thank you. I see another gentleman at the microphone.
Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. We started in the morning, now it's afternoon. I would like to, first of all, thank our governor who keeps on coming with the very important topics, not for himself, but for the country. I really want to thank him. And you can see this development of transition of energy is not only important, it has become urgent. And from the speakers, what they've told us, it has become a must. For a small country like us, we import everything, so it is very important that we will be forced to transmit, but we shouldn't be late. And I want to thank particularly the keynote speaker who gave us the correct path. He told us everything, A, B, C, D, up to Z, how to go around it. Now, it is for us. When I say us, I mean not only me or government, all of us should think about it and come forward together. That is my thing. I want to know how important, I want to ask all, whoever can answer, how important it is that there should be stable government and there should be continuity of government. And Whenever I've attended and spoken to many people, they've told us there is always a continuity of government because whether A is a minister or B is the prime minister, but the country always has a government. But my understanding is whatever plan is done by one ministry or one minister, when the next minister comes, it is totally changed. And this development is a long-term development. We cannot keep on changing. We have to have a vision and how all these moderators can tell us what we should tell, they should implement, that this project is visualized. I'm sure it cannot be visualized in one day, but it should continue. Nobody, no other minister can come and change it. This vision has to progress one by one. I would like somebody to answer this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I think, of course, Dr. Leon, I think you spoke to that earlier about the importance of stability in country to help with the transition.
Yeah, I can take this. I think we have to revisit the idea of political continuity. And I deliberately did not use the word political stability. What instead you want is the absence of or the minimization of policy uncertainty. And that's exactly the point you made, that you do not want to be in a situation where when there is a change in government, that there's a total change in policy. Because then that shift in policy is what causes the investors that we are saying we need. Those investors cannot rely on doing long-term development, long-term investment, because they are unsure. So you need that political uncertainty. But at the same time, if you are having democracy and you are having to have electoral cycles, you cannot tie the hands of every political leader and say, you have no room for you to do anything because it's already determined. And so everything cannot be open for grabs, and you cannot have zero political uncertainty. But I think there is room for certain national imperatives that through dialogue, everybody should be able to agree on. So for example, in my mind, the idea of energy security, I cannot imagine there is any party in any of the countries in the region, whatever persuasion, would say we do not want energy security. I mean, the argument is compelling. And so if you were to adopt that as one element that you could say is a national goal to be pursued over the next 20, 30, 40 years, you don't have that problem of political uncertainty. And so it is finding a core of national priorities that you have zero or no political uncertainty about, and you zero in on those and set the line for investment in those key anchors. That still leaves room for whichever government is in power to still do other things as is their right in democracies, but they would not go around saying we are changing those key ones. And so that's where you need to narrow it down and where you need the investments most. And energy, in my mind, energy security is one of those.
Thank you. I think you did. At the microphone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I would like to say I find this is a very great topic to be covering, and it's good to see that Tim Martin has the vision to look into alternative. So my question is kind of going back to the question that was posed to the manager of GB in regards to what you said about looking into both the solar but also the wind. I know that GB in the past with their water plant in Cape Bay, they take water in from the ocean and basically, you know, run through a process to make it usable. So I was basically gonna ask if GB maybe would also look into using like the tidal options like they mentioned in the video about the different alternatives, because being as there is technically infrastructure using the waterways and stuff, that might be also a good option.
First of all, thank you for your question.
So basically the question is, apart from the solar and the wind options, would GB maybe also look into like the tidal options that were posed, let's say in the video, explain the alternative options of energy?
Okay, first of all, thank you for your question. Yes, GB will be exploring all other opportunities or all other areas. However, it is important to note when we are making those type of decisions based on assessment, it still has to best suit the company's needs, as well as the people of St. Martin needs, as well as it being cost efficient. And for now, based on all the studies GB has done so far, we're leading towards solar more than anything else. But we are open to venture off on any other means.
Understood.
Thank you. Dr. Leon?
I just want to add something here as well. Again, the issue of partnership is very important and the long-term anchor. And the reason why I say this is not to come back on what you said, but it highlights the fact that what do we mean by feasibility? Feasibility is a matter of what's the return I can make over a period of time given the cost of now. And then you say, it's a matter of how much it costs me in terms of opportunity cost of finance. But we cannot and should not start from there. Because one, maybe the longer goal of energy security is going to be better served by investing in technically a loss-making activity today, but would generate enough scale to anchor the energy security, even if it does not meet the threshold of feasibility today. And so you'd say, well, how do I manage to do that? Then we need to have innovative financing tools, because then what I need is a way to finance this jointly, not necessarily only with the utility company, but jointly with a government that can say, and I'm just using this as an example, the guarantee required to reduce your cost of borrowing is such that for the first 3 years that you will be making a loss, that is covered through some other tool, financing tool, that changes from not feasible today to feasible tomorrow, contingent on the longer-term goal that now has a broad social return in the environment, social protection, reducing inequality and poverty, while I allow you to still make profit in the longer term. So this is where, when we say development has to be a partnership and it has to be holistic, we have to be able to see it in that light. And hence why it cannot just be the private sector or one firm in the private sector now makes a decision. I'm looking at this and the feasibility is not yet there. It has to be a broader context. And that, I think, is the shift we need to think about for tomorrow. It's not about today. Today is history. It is the future that is the more relevant metric, and how you bundle it together.
Thank you, Dr. We have one final question at the microphone.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I just want to thank both the organizers and the participants of the event. As a representative of the Nature Foundation, I have to agree with the previous question asker that we're very excited to see the amount of stakeholders that are interested in this topic and its importance to our island. My question is in regards to the private sector and getting the buy-in of our members of our community. For example, in Saba, were there education or awareness campaigns that were implemented into the community to make sure that the residents understood the importance and the process of switching to renewable energy? And is anything like that planned here for our residents in St. Martin?
Thank you very much for your question. If I may pose a question to Werner and then also Dr. Daniel. Werner? So are there any educational initiatives on St. Martin or
On St.
community
Martin,
guidance?
as far as I know, not really. That is a big task to create awareness. We have examples. We did in Curacao. We did on a high school. We did in science class. That they calculated the solar for the school, how much they would need to save money on the monthly bill. And then also during that class, they calculated exactly the installation, how it had to be installed and stuff like that. And they really, DINAF really installed it back then. And so the kids knew, okay, we calculated this and we are saving this much money for our school. That was kind of a nice program. But it's very small, creating awareness. But it is an opportunity we'd like to explore in St. Martin as well in the near future.
Dr. Daniel?
Well, from Jimmy's perspective, to be honest, I'm not aware, and I don't think so. But this is what makes this very fruitful, because you just give me an idea that I will take back to my team, and I will make it a priority for us to execute, because communication is a key. So thank you.
I want to comment on.
Oh, wait, Robert, yeah,
sorry.
and then Dr. Leon, you have the final word.
Sure. Yeah, no, I think it's a very valid comment. And we've had discussions, actually, I've had a discussion with Minister of Education, he's not here today, and with NEPA as well, because we do see opportunities for entrepreneurs. You know, once we start really developing large-scale utility programs, we need people to do the installations. And I think it's an opportunity for our youngsters to become solar installators and actually do it themselves. I met with NEPA a couple times, and actually one of the directors at NEPA, he's done solar trainings back in Trinidad, so he could set this up. We do support NEPA with other programs as well, so this would be in line with our corporate social responsibility to develop training programs for solar, and that at the same time would create awareness. And you know, when you look at change management, you know, the first key in change management is awareness. You have to create awareness. And I think, again, that's why this setting is so important and one stop.
Dr. Leon?
Yeah, just an additional point to do with, again, seeing development as integrated. And it is not about just awareness. It is about learning opportunities that have to be part of the entire school curriculum. That's the first point. So we should be, and that's where the government in that partnership comes in. The ministries of education should be mounting, and it doesn't have to be a full course. It can be 2 weeks, 3 weeks of education about renewable energy as part of your future, because it is about those kids. That's right. And that does not cost more. You don't need to add more teachers. It's just literally adding one course to your curriculum. So you can do these things without cost. That's the first. But second, I think while we are all seized with the idea of promoting new generation in terms of renewable energy, we should not lose sight of reducing waste. Waste management is equally important. If I can use less fossil fuels today during your transition, before you move to renewable, that is a saving to the nation that you can do with other things and reduce your cost. And you can use the schools in the same way. Why don't you encourage, again, as part of a one-off exercise, have each child have a little homework project that they're going to monitor how many rooms in their home have lights on from 6 o'clock until midnight. And that's at one, they learn about data collection, they learn the discipline of recording, and they get a skill that will take them through life just to establish how many hours of electricity are not being used productively. And if you can now collate that information, share it on a digital platform across the island, in 1 week, 2 weeks, you have information about the entire country today, and you can immediately now give them another homework exercise. Can you make sure that when you enter a room, the lights need to be switched off? When you leave that room, and can you record it in a journal? All this is part of the education at zero cost. And you can save and get information just about waste, all at one time. We just need to start thinking creatively, Let's open up to possibilities. And that's why I say it's not about today, it's about tomorrow. And wherever you can utilize the youth, the students at school to learn something that will benefit them tomorrow, let's do it. It doesn't take much. We always stop by saying it will cost so much money, it will cost so much money. There are resources you can use at zero cost with tangible benefits. So take it out of an awareness, make it an education, a learning opportunity.
And Mr. Leon, do you have any closing remarks about our putting creativity in our transition?
Yeah, and that's exactly I wanted to add on what Dr. Leon was saying. And I think in your presentation you did mention that the low-hanging fruit it really starts with energy efficiency. And I think that's where the government and the utility play a significant role. When you talk about education, we have to sensitize our population, our kids, how to conserve energy. What does it mean to conserve energy? Because I'll tell you one thing about energy transition. If you don't know how to conserve, you're not going to have enough bigger size solar panels or wind to cover your demand. So it starts from there. It starts with how do you conserve? How do we become more conservative in the way we use electricity? How do we become more innovative in the way we use electricity? A simple thing like putting a sensor that's going to go off when you get out of the room or if you get out of the washroom. A simple thing like using LED bulbs in your homes. These are the areas I think that the government needs to push in connection with the utility and say, we are focused on having energy transition, but it starts with you becoming very disciplined in terms of the way we use energy. But we also want to reduce our carbon footprint. We also want to save the planet. And let's start there and push it to the point where people become so sensitized to this change that they will be more than willing to move to the next level, which is how do we now integrate renewable energy resources to now even help us further, but also bring reduction from an economic and a social benefit. I think today we've talked quite a bit about energy transition, and I think creativity is also important as we look into the future as to what technologies we need to implement, whether or not we want to be able to just have renewable energy from a personal or residential point of view just to reduce costs or reduce our carbon footprints, or have it as a standby for during hurricane season, because now the technology is becoming so innovative that you could actually sell the surplus of energy to the grid, but also if there's a power outage, you have energy stored on your battery to continue to ensure you have reliable energy in your homes. From a utility point of view, I think utilities need to explore every means that there is to reduce on the importation or the use of fossil fuels. And as Dr. Daniel said, you do have approval
approval for a project, or I think it's a 2 megawatts project. And I think working so hard to get this implemented in the next year or two will help you understand how it impacts your distribution system. What are the things that you need to learn? What are the things that you need to adjust as you start to scale up to a larger size capacity of renewable energy? So I think we've given you a lot of information today, and I hope that this session and this symposium has been extremely fruitful and edifying to everyone.
Well, I would like to thank our panelists for their really in-depth and insightful contributions. And I would also like to thank our audience for very insightful and poignant questions to the theme of energy transitioning. You all have left us with some points regarding that the energy transition should be inclusive. It should be a collective effort, and it should also be embodied in national values and principles, anchored. So with that, I thank you all. And I would like to leave you all with one polling question, because we've asked a lot of questions about how long it will all take for St. Martin to actually introduce renewable energies. So if you open Slido, you will see that the polling question is, what do you consider a reasonable timeline for renewable energy to be introduced on St. Martin? Your options are 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, or 10 plus years.
100%? 100%?
Yes.
Or 50%?
Oh, well, at least to introduce it. So, for example,
already
Mr. Leons
introduced, huh?
mentioned the introduction, Dr. Daniel, about the introduction of the 2 megawatt pilot program. So how long do you think is a reasonable time for us to start to actually realize the transition with the first steps of the first introduction of renewable energy? So 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, or 10 plus years. So with that, I thank you all, and this panel discussion is now closed.
Good. Walk through.
Yes.
We've hoped that you have found this year's symposium truly insightful. Our panel of experts, our key speakers, our keynote address today has been totally insightful on a topic that is truly timely for us as a small island developing state and of course, collectively as a region. So we've taken you through the experience of today's symposium. We want to thank you so much for being truly interactive with the technology and answering our polling questions and submitting your questions via Slido. So what were the results? What was your input like? Well, we got to that first question that we posed when we began. What do you think of when you hear the term renewable energy? And of course, our keynote speaker kind of helped you out. But I think everyone had this covered nicely because the result was 100% response to wind, solar, and geothermal. Our second question, should consumers contribute towards the cost of transition to renewable energy in the form of a service charge or levy? 85% of you said yes. 15% said no. If yes, what is considered a fair monthly contribution towards renewable energy? This one made me smile. 44% said 10 guilders, 32% 5 guilders, and 24% 25 guilders. So there's that median ground, I guess, when it comes to cost. And our final question, which came in just at the end, do we have the results for that? Yes? So give you a second. We'll be able to push that on the screen so we can see the results of the final question that was posed at the end of the panel discussion as regards to the timeline. Okay, so I'll just turn my attention. What do you consider a reasonable timeline for renewable energy to be introduced to St. Martin? 72% of you said 3 years, 26% said 5, 10 plus years, 2%, and 8 years, 0. So the time is now. So we want to thank our participants and our audience and those online who submitted their answers to our polling questions. So thank you very much for your participation. We'll now go over to the summary and highlights of and key takeaways from today's symposium. The symposium was set by His Excellency establishing 3 critical questions. Will the implementation of an energy transition policy help to address the current issues we face? What are the implementation challenges or technological expertise and financial constraints of energy transition? What are the real opportunities in terms of benefits of our people? As our symposium progressed, we got certain key input from a government's perspective, from our speaker, the Minister of VROMI, the Honorable Egbert Duran. St. Martin recently signed an MOU with Grid Market in collaboration with the Island Resilience Partnership dedicated to helping small island developing states reach their renewable energy and resilient infrastructural goals. He also indicated that the Ministry of VROMI has been providing Grid Market with all the necessary data to carry out the task of formulating a comprehensive energy transition for St. Martin. The main goal of the National Energy Policy for St. Martin, the Minister highlighted, is to achieve sustainable development of the island. He also acknowledged that collective partnership is key to success in the area of climate change, and critical issues such as waste management system is now being tackled jointly by the NRPB, VNG International, the World Bank, and other key stakeholders. We also received operational insights from our featured speaker, Mr. David Leons. Key takeaways being emerging energy technologies. Rapid technological advancements continue to improve the point where renewable energy generation costs less than the fossil fuel costs of conventional generation in the Caribbean. Energy policy. A national energy policy is equally important in achieving sustainable, affordable, renewable energy objectives. One key point that he made mention is once you establish said policy, it is time to now have strategic action plans as to how you're going to execute. The role of the utility company, very essential. Energy providers must enact energy policies that will provide value to their customers and greater operational excellence through practical, innovative, and transformational changes. Of course, that ticklish issue of funding. Positive thinking, though. There are many funding opportunities available through grants, subsidies, loans, partnerships, power purchase agreement, and the willingness on part of the private sector to provide capital firms for a reasonable return on investment. From our keynote speaker, the importance of remembering that there can be no sustainable development without energy security driven by renewable energy. That's again from our keynote speaker, Dr. Hyginus Leon, in his address today. Energy transition in the region is an urgent imperative that must be pursued in close partnership with the private sector. The Caribbean Development Bank's Accelerated Sustainable Energy and Resilience Transformation 2030 Framework, or ASSERT 2030, challenges countries and partners to identify and pursue bold and urgent actions for a radical shift towards the use of sustainable energy. And we need innovative and flexible financing arrangements that can modify and reduce risk, and thereby risk premia and required returns, making financing more affordable for energy transition projects. From within our panel discussion, our industry experts really brought home some points in establishing how the private sector is playing their role. So we have some really great talking points that came from Sol's general manager, Mr. Robert Jan James. Sol is committed to leading the energy transition in the Caribbean. He mentioned that an updated national energy policy is needed to facilitate energy transition. Legislation needs to be updated to regulate third-party energy production using renewables. GEB concession has a requirement to produce sustainable energy. Best practices can be learned from other Caribbean countries. And Sabo is definitely one that was highlighted in today's symposium that allows us to gain some insight in regard to their progress and how we can adapt those good practices. St. Martin has a huge potential for solar energy. Grid stability and management are technical challenges that must be overcome, and private sector investments needs to be able to partake in energy transition. From the private sector, we have industry response from Mr. Van der Zilver from DINA. He said, first, we need to create awareness of renewable energy being available and for relatively small amounts of money. Second, we need to have certification in place for solar systems, considering there is no regulation in place. Third, we would like to see net metering introduced in St. Martin, meaning people with overcapacity in solar power can provide feedback into GEBE's grid and get paid for every kilowatt against a fixed fee by GEBE. And last, combustion engines vehicles will be replaced by electrical vehicles in the coming 5 to 10 years. Therefore, the demand for electrical energy will increase. He commented that government and commercial buildings can supply power to EV chargers with solar during office hours, charging the cars and not overloading the GEBE grid, offering great solutions moving forward. Dr. Shireen Daniel, as a manager at GEBE, delivered points concerning the fact that the company is engaging, will be looking at, and will be executing in phases. The timeline, of course, that's the challenge that's presented to GEBE, to be able to paint a clearer picture as to where we will be in the timeline of getting renewable energy as a part of our energy grid. Public consultation was agreed upon with relevant stakeholders, assisting government with updating of the national energy policy, investment in small-scale renewable technologies, grid improvements, and assessment of energy storage options, and investment in clean renewable energy sources, including solar, wind, as decided upon during initial assessment. So those are our key takeaways, but the one that really resonates home is the one set by His Excellency the Governor, in his own words. We live in the solar system, surrounded by solar energy, waiting for us to harness it. What are we waiting for? And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, those are the summary of highlights and key takeaways from today's symposium. At this time in our program, I would like you to please welcome to the stage, once again, His Excellency Governor Eugene Holliday.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So we have arrived at the moment where I would like to show my appreciation to the participants in this year's symposium. But before doing so, let me say that having listened to the various speeches, the panel discussion, and the audience's participation by question via Slido, I am very pleased with the interest in this very important, very important topic for our future development. So I think, therefore, we can give a serious round of applause for our keynote speaker, our featured speaker, and our panelists, as well as our moderator and MC. Please give them all a round of applause. And in doing so, I would also like to ask you to give our minister a round of applause, because it's on him and the Council of Ministers where the burden lies to ensure that bring together all of the ideas that have been discussed here today to ensure that we can move forward in acting on this very urgent topic. Please give our minister a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, I would like to invite Mr. Werner van de Zilver to come forward. A small token of appreciation for your contribution here today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then I invite Mr. Robert James. Similarly, a small token of appreciation. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Dr. Shireen Daniel.
Thank you.
And then our featured speaker, Mr. Lyons. David Lyons. Small token of appreciation. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And then our Masters of Ceremony, Mr. Cedric Peterson. My pleasure. Thank you. And then our moderator and chair of the organizing committee, Ms. Makisha Brooks. Ms. Brooks did not expect this. Nice. Was not in the program as you put it together, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure. As you can see, on all of the tokens of appreciation, they are small statues of the thinker, because all of these persons have provided us with few thought-provoking ideas here today. So they have that as a memento of this particular event. And with that, I would like to invite our keynote speaker who have delivered his request when I contacted him and he was in Brussels and to deliver the keynote address for this symposium. And as he himself said, when he decided to boldly put forward to move, if I could move the date of the symposium, and I'm happy that I did. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And as keynote speaker, you get the larger thinker for the wonderful thoughts and ideas that you have put forward. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. That then brings me to our Minister Egbert Duran. Please go ahead. You all remember this at the end of my presentation. We all live in the solar system. Yes. What are we waiting for? What are you waiting for? So, when I look forward to seeing it in your office, and so that every day you see it, you know what we have to do.
Yes, indeed.
Thank you. Now, I see it's good that we are talking about energy, so I decided to let the minister walk off stage, and now I'm going to harness some more of his energy and ask him to rejoin me on stage. And in doing so, I would also like to ask Prime Minister Jacobs to join me on stage. See, during COVID, we all stayed pretty far from each other. I have here as a token for the Council of Ministers. As we have heard during all of the presentations, it is a collective effort which has to be carried out by the private sector, the public sector, to attain the energy transition that we are talking about. During my presentation, I mentioned the transition from fuel to solar energy. And I have here a solar lamp for you. So let me present it to both of you. It's a solar lamp. So we have switched from fuel generated lights to a solar light. So this as a symbolic transition from fuel to solar. Thank you very much. Yeah.
For the evening meeting.
And I hope when I get to the government administration building, it will be on the outside leading me into the building. Thank you. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, again, a true appreciation for the contributions of the various speakers, the masters of ceremony, the panelists, as well as you, the audience here today. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I please extend a warm welcome to the Vice Chairperson of the Organizing Committee of the Governor's Symposium 2022, Dr. Rolinda Carter.
Protocol having been established, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. This has truly been a rich conversation, and we're truly thankful that you're here. On behalf of the Governor of St. Martin, His Excellency Dr. Anders Eugene Holliday, I am, as Vice Chairperson of the Symposium Organizing Committee, extremely pleased to deliver words of thanks before you, our distinguished audience. The purpose of this symposium has been to foster high-level discussion on the challenges and opportunities of energy transition in the Caribbean, with a particular emphasis on St. Martin. It is our hope that you have enjoyed and also benefited from the conversation, and that you now feel challenged to continue with the conversation. But as was mentioned, we can't just only do talking, we need to act. So we do hope that you are challenged to act in this critical step. A symposium like this does not organize itself, and it will not be possible without the efforts and dedication of many persons. I, therefore, on behalf of His Excellency Governor Holliday, hereby thank everyone who have been involved in the planning as well as the realization of the 9th edition of the annual Governor's Symposium. In this regards, I would like to single out a few persons. A very, very special thank you to the members of the organizing committee who I hereby invite to join me on stage. Chairperson, Ms. Makisha Brooks. Mr. Dennis Van Kinderen, who served as the secretary. Dianara Phillips. Sharna Archangel. And Dwayne President. We would like to thank you for your invaluable contribution in making this happen. Thank you so much. Also like to thank the employees of the cabinet. In addition to Ms. Phillips, Ms. Archangel, and Mr. Van Kinderen, we thank Ms. Hagmat, Mr. Benders, and Mr. Long. Thank you so much for your support. And additional thanks to Melanie Schwazi for your assistance. To our service providers, we say thank you. Altus, Artistic Drive, Genesis Sound, Ms. Zuleika Peterson of Pete's Photos, Mr. Rhys Simmons of LCA Studios, MXS Party Rentals, Sandy's Catering, and of course, this is not possible without our venue, so we thank AUC, especially those in the Department of ICT and Facilities. Thank you. And what is a symposium without speakers? And so we want to thank our speakers. A special thank you to the Honorable Minister, Edgar Durant, Mr. Hygienius Leon, Mr. David Leons, Dr. Shireen Daniels, Mr. Robert Jan James, and Mr. Van der Silvers for accepting the invitation to speak and for your interest in inspiring and motivating, should I put, input in addresses. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you to our chairperson for serving as moderator. You did an excellent job. To our master of ceremony, thank you, Mr. Cedric Peterson. And to you, our audience, both in person as well as those who are following us online, we say thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging in Slido as well as on the mic. Your contribution has also been invaluable. Thank you so much. Finally, the organizing committee would like to thank His Excellency for entrusting us with the task of realizing his vision for this year's symposium. We hope that you're pleased with the results. Thank you. Once again, this has been a very rich and lively discussion that shouldn't stop here, should continue. And so we thank you once again for being here today.
And with the words of thanks, Dr. Carter, thank you so much. I want to thank each and every one of you for working along with me as your master of ceremony at the 2022 Governor's Symposium. I hope the information that was provided to you was truly fruitful, and you can take it along and we can see progress together as a people and as a nation. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you to please stand for the departure of His Excellency, Governor Holliday and Mrs. Holliday. And with that, I hereby officially close the symposium for 2022. Have a pleasant afternoon.